Hello, and welcome to another week of the Abuse Cartoons live stream. So, sorry this is a bit later than usual, and yeah, the setup's a little bit changed. I was trying to get a view out the window, but it's not going to be possible without me just being in complete silhouette. I think I tried that before. That was an earlier problem. But if anyone's curious about what's going on behind me, now I'll keep this up. There's a little street cam there, so that's what's right behind me. So if you're interested, that's what's going on through that bright light. Yeah, I guess I'm going to be haloed in this light now. But yeah, I'm not sure it's a little bit odd, the angles and everything. Because I have the camera is now on my tablet. So the angle's a little strange. It's going to be kind of a Dutch angle webcam. But we'll see how this goes. All right. Well, yeah, apologies for the late start. I kind of reorganized things. So now I can just kind of glance up and see if anybody's in the chat or anybody wants to interact, and that should be a little bit easier. Oh, and here, let me see if I can get this to work as well. Now, I think I'm going to have to check this level on the stream. Let's see. Hold on just a minute. Sorry about the... This will be a little bit of a delay. Yeah, so just let me know. Just a little background music, and let me know if that's too annoying or too prominent. Yeah, because previously it was just my voice. So we'll see how that goes. Yeah, I think it's... Yeah. So I think that'll work. So just let me know what that sounds like, and I will get started. Yeah, so a little bit of a different setup, so I hope this works okay. But maybe a little bit better. There we go. A little bit better. Yeah, and because I moved things around, I had to restart, and so it looks like Photoshop is doing its little memory lag. So we'll see. There we go. Oh, beautiful. So we'll see how this goes. There we go. Wow. Yeah, it's the sensitivity screwed up. Yeah, I had to unplug the tablet and everything, so... Sensitivity's all wacky again. Wow, yeah, so I'll probably have to go up to like 90. Yeah, there's the line that I need. All right. All right, well, it's, Foundation Day in Japan. So today is, they changed it. They've changed it a few times, but I guess the idea was kind of the reinforcing of the God Emperor, which didn't go so well, ultimately. But to kind of, I guess, the kind of same idea as the Roman Empire, all the local prefectures and little municipalities, they didn't want the local powers, the local holidays, the local festivals to ever overshadow the national holidays. And so to reinforce this idea of the cult of not the cult, but the worship of the emperor as God, so the God Emperor. And so Foundation Day was heavily instated, or like kind of reinstated, because supposedly the first foundation of the Japanese Empire was the first emperor, and there's not really any proof of this, but they mark the date as February 1st, 660 BC. But there's no proof that there was actually an emperor on the throne at the time. It's more mythology, and it's more a kind of one of those magic numbers that they like. It's an age or a time of ascension, and kind of a mythical foundation more than a factual foundation. But during the Meiji era in Japan, the modernization, they started to reinforce this date, and it's got a really great, the title at that time was really great and really heavy-handed. The Festival of the Ascension of the First Emperor and the Foundation of the Empire was the name of the holiday. It's since been reduced to just Foundation Day. Let me turn this down a little bit, but that was originally the cause, or the motivation to do that, because Japan was just worried that as Europeans and Americans started to What did I do there? Well, that's the street view. Boom. How did I do that? Yeah, I don't know all my shortcuts. I think I've done this before. Okay, so that's the street cam, again, that I just made giant. Hey, Snicker Ghost. Thanks for tuning in. Good to see everybody. Yeah, sorry I'm getting such a late start on this. I was kind of reorganizing things so I can actually look up and see the chat instead of constantly turning my head. And but it's nice. It's the national holiday here, so not a lot of people at work. The trains are very light and easy. And that's a strange thing. Japan doesn't observe holidays as much. When they set a holiday and it has to fall on a calendar, I think because there's a lot of like lucky numbers and things that they want to use the exact day, or at least have the number of the date. They will celebrate a holiday on a Wednesday or a Thursday or a Tuesday, and it is really inconvenient because you just have this day off in the middle of the week that nobody else has, no other country has. But often people will then use their vacation time to make extended 4 or 5 day weekends. So it works out okay for the most part. But yeah, it has a lot of funny history, and I think just both post-war Germany and Japan have a lot of things they have to kind of reassociate, and there's history there's history that isn't talked about a lot anymore, or needs to have a different context. But I think that's true of any country, if it's been around long enough, any empire. Yeah, so sorry, a little bit of memory lag here. Yeah, so I think there's 21 national holidays in Japan. So that means, well, hey, something happened and I didn't see it. So sorry, I also have, let me take care of this. I also have some, let me take a look here. Oh, cool. All right. Yeah, so yeah, Japanese national holidays, they have a lot of them, and I think they keep most of them instated, even though maybe they've kind of lost a lot of their meaning, just because Japanese employees, and especially Japanese workers, will work you as hard as you can, hard as they can, and you want to stay as in as favorable a position as possible. So you'll work, if you're a boss tells you to stay and to work and to leave at 11 p.m. every night, that's what you're going to do. And so national holidays are a way to kind of reinforce at least some limited time off. So there's like 21 of these just kind of random days, and sometimes they're appreciation of the elderly or ocean. It's the celebration of the sea. So the idea is to go camping or go to the beach or do something other than work. And they're kind of random and odd, but they socially work to try to keep companies from overworking employees and from people getting stressed out and jumping in front of trains. But it doesn't necessarily work because a lot of companies, and especially because Japan's been in this odd deflation period for like almost 20 years. And so companies will just ignore holidays. So, oh, cool. Yeah. I'm glad you're liking the street cam. Yeah, I tried to set up something so you could actually see behind me, but as you can see, the window just glares too much. The camera can't balance that backlight. It's just a cheap webcam. So that lets you know what's going on outside in case you hear any tires squeal or anybody going on. Yeah. So this is it's like a little highway through Osaka, Japan. So this is kind of the edge of it before, just off the camera, there's a bridge. But not a lot to look at across the street. There's like a coffee shop shaped like a barn and a out of business flower shop. I think that's all there is. But yeah, but at night it might be a little bit more interesting. Maybe I'll angle it down a little bit more because there's a ramen shop and a bunch of food around here, so you'll get a lot of drunk people walking around, which may be a fun thing to see once it gets a little darker. All right, well, Photoshop is real slow, but we'll try to make this work. All right. So, yeah, if you can hear that, I'm not sure. So I've got the desktop on. Oh, it's pretty low. Yeah, I haven't figured out how to kind of get my levels working with sound. I guess I can go a little bit more in the desktop audio. But then, of course, any chime or anything's going to come through real hard. Oh, ambulance, yeah. So now you actually know. When you hear all those weird sounds, you know what's causing them. All right, yeah, that's one thing with a country full of very mobile elderly. I think people are well into their 90s or 100 before they stop moving around. In Japan, like unlike the West, where we're bigger and our joints give out and we're confined to wheelchairs and things at an earlier age, Japanese people are walking around, and so you'll get ambulances showing up at shopping centers, and and the street cam, angle it down. Oh yeah. Yeah. So the yeah, I can I'll move the street cam in a little bit. The light though, because it's in shadow, the light's going to get a little bit weird. The focus, it kind of jumps focus when cars go by and stuff. So that seemed to work out. But yeah, you'll get to see the few people walking by. And actually, right next to this building, one of the restaurants is a horse meat restaurant. So that's I think Kumamoto, the little further west, is a famous area for horse meat. So yeah, there's a horse meat restaurant next door. So sometimes at night, when people are coming and going and the grill's going, you'll smell the restaurant and it's like, oh, it smells delicious, but not quite. There's like an odd smell to horse that doesn't trigger you the same way that grilling beef. Like if you go walk past a steakhouse or yakiniku in Japan, if you walk past any of those places, you will smell a lot of grilled meat. And when it's beef, you get all hungry for the most part. And but when it's horse, there's just like something off about it. So in Japan, they eat grilled horse, but also horse sashimi, so raw horse meat. And so there's a big sign of raw horse meat outside. Maybe I'll get a picture of that so you can see that sometime. But you'll get people coming and going. And it's kind of I don't know, it's a delicacy. It's an odd thing because for me, horses always horses are useful. Horses and dogs have serve kind of a purpose. So cows are just raised to be eaten or give milk, and horses are much more useful. And so it seems odd. It's like eating a hammer or a screwdriver. It's something, well, you could actually get a lot more use out of that. So it's odd that horse meat is popular here because there is a history of horseback riding and horseback-based archery, just like in Mongolia and things in the continent of Asia. There's a tradition of that, so they have a horse riding tradition in Japan. So it's very odd that there's also a horse eating tradition, but it must just be some development that happened during a certain era. And they don't, for the most part, Japan isn't a huge country with lots of grazing land, so they're not going to... Yeah. I agree. It's a very odd thing to eat horses, and it doesn't seem like as practical as Japanese people are that they would do that. But they don't have a lot of grazing land, so it may have come from some tradition where there was a famine or something. I think a lot of the crazy things that Japanese people and maybe Asian people in general eat came from these tradition of famine times, and since since that's long ago or it's recovered, it's become kind of odd delicacies. Like there's a lot of strange things that are eaten in Asia, and I think they came from a time when people were, dangerously hungry, and they figured out, these bugs are protein, or we can eat these lizards or whatever. But then after the necessity was gone, then they just kind of stayed around as a delicacy, kind of a rare kind of food. But it's really odd. And I know that my friend was in Korea and stayed with a family, and they actually went to the photos looked like a home, but I think it was like a home-looking restaurant. But they had dog, and there's like a tenderloin, like delicate part or tender part of dog that is as an honor, if you're an honored guest, that people serve. So there's all kind of odd traditions, but it seems so strange that things that aren't bred to be eaten get eaten. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. It's not any better. It's a slippery slope once you talk about eating things. But but I think for people that have history with horses and ride and have raised horses and trained them and stuff, I think that's got to be the most bizarre idea. It's just like eating your pet. It just doesn't make any sense. But that is here, and there's a big photo of it, which I will. I'll get you a photo of that sign one of these days. But and the music in the background is Tripod Jimmy, which is a band that we use one of their songs for our gaming podcast. So Roadkill is the track that we use as the kind of theme song for Idle Red Hands. So Tripod Jimmy is the disc that's playing. But let me know if that just gets annoying or it doesn't quite match the atmosphere or the kind of tone of the stream, and I can change it to something more chill. But I like these guys. They're I think originally one of the original members of the podcast knew the singer. It was like neighbors or roommates with the singer, and they I think are from Australia originally, but they were on Australian television doing like live performances. So they did okay in the 90s. And we just latched onto the live version of that song for the podcast. So anytime if you see any Idle Red Hands, that's the live version of Roadkill is what we use as the theme song. And then on the weekly, it's the track from the CD, the studio version, I guess. But but I haven't done anything. I think most of the strange food that I've had in Japan has all been fish. It's all been octopus brains and just odd things that you wouldn't even think of as edible. But a lot of the more exotic sushi shops will serve a lot of fish sperm and different parts of the different animals, sea animals that you didn't know you could eat. And some of it's pretty rough as far as not very chewable. But all right. So I hope everyone is doing well this evening. I got a bit of a late start, so I'll stream as long as I can. And so the light's going to change behind me during all this. And so when it gets a little darker, I'll put the camera down so you can see on the street because the lights will come on. But I noticed that the autofocus was bouncing a lot. So that might be annoying to have that going on in the corner. But all right. Yeah, I'm always drawing the same kind of 3/4 view. All right, let's see what's going on. Yeah, so what are people hearing about the coronavirus? I think we're getting a very different version of it here in Japan because they're trying to keep good relations with China, especially Western Japan is really starting to rely way too much on a tourist economy with China, and since the outbreak, the tourists are just gone, and so people are realizing how dangerous that can be. And I've even heard that smartphone companies are noticing, there's because the timing was the Chinese New Year, so the New Year's holiday, and then the outbreak, and that just kept factories and offices closed, so production is starting to lag, and so they're really feeling the pressure to diversify and not rely completely on China. But because of history, China and Japan have a terrible relationship. But this seems to have helped a little bit because Japan didn't immediately. They followed the kind of the party line that was coming out of China and didn't close their borders and prevent travelers immediately. And I think that impressed at least the Chinese social media, and so the support and the kind of goodwill that Japan has been sending has helped a little bit in the relations, because usually China tries to blame Japan for everything. So in this case, it may actually help relations. All right. What am I doing here? Color balance. Yeah, so. Yeah, but no, there's been cases, and of course there's that boat, there's that cruise liner that is docked in Yokohama with a bunch of nationals from different countries. But they're starting to get more and more cases on that ship because everyone's stuck there. And they're saying a lot of the people that are in the biggest danger are healthcare workers and people in hospitals, because it seems to be spreading well there. But so far, no deaths in Japan. So people are just all wearing allergy masks, or the medical surgical looking masks, which is funny because that's really commonplace here, and it's mostly because of the population density. People are on top of each other, and trains are much more crowded, and the idea of personal space is almost non-existent here because there just isn't personal space. So you always have people. If a train is crowded, you're just being crushed in by people, and they don't mind to be just like standing right on top of you. So flu season, a lot of people start wearing masks, and it's kind of twofold. If you're sick, you should, as a courtesy to other people, wear a mask to help prevent the spread. And if it's a season where you're worried about catching something, then you may wear a mask. So you're either sick or not wanting to get sick. So it's a little hard to tell when people are wearing masks what that is. And then, of course, the most common use is allergy. So Japan has a lot of trees, and even the rice pollen from the rice fields and everything is pretty rough. So they've got a couple of allergy seasons, so a lot of people wear masks for allergies. So that's the the crazy combination. So it looks like a very sick country, but usually it just means people have allergies. And I never had any allergies until I came to Japan. So that's crazy. That means I think the yellow cedar, the hinoki in Japan have the most crazy. They have the most crazy allergies. That tree must have some really crazy pollen, because I've never had an allergic response, and I now have allergies in the spring in Japan. So I've been in Japan almost 10 years. For a while. So I lived before Japan. I lived in Los Angeles and did comics and animation work, and then moved to Japan to have kids, because it seemed like a much better place to raise kids than in LA. Everything, you just spend so much time in a car in Los Angeles that it's not very kid friendly. But so that was kind of the decision. And also, I'm not sure how many countries this is true of, but America is a country of immigrants, so people can bring their language there, and as long as they're learning some functional English, they can become American, and they can become Americanized. But in Japan, the kind of social skills you need, and just the kind of the general atmosphere, so people accept you and kind of deal with you normally, that kind of skill you can only really acquire being raised here. So, going to school and being raised in the country is really the only way to be Japanese. Hey, True Pixels. So when you're having kids, if you have a half Japanese kid, if you raise them in America, they're not going to be able to read very well. They're not going to be able to read kanji very well, and are going to be very American, like more aggressive and eye contact and hard handshakes and all that stuff that goes along with being American, which is easy to learn, and it's easy to assimilate to America, or North America, I would imagine. So Western countries, I think, are a little bit more easy to assimilate to if you learn the language. But Japan, even if you learn the language, you're still going to feel foreign, and you're still going to be treated foreign. And so half kids, even if they look very Japanese, but they were raised abroad, they're going to be treated as foreigners. And so growing up in Japan and having the literacy and the kind of social skills and just the whole way that kind of you're socialized here is impossible to reproduce outside. And I think even many Japanese Americans, they want to go back to their roots. They want to, see what the country of their ancestors, their home, country of their origin is like. And it's very heartbreaking when they come here and are treated completely as foreigners, and never can change that, even though they look exactly like everybody else here. And even if they learn the language and speak well, they're just not accepted, because there's something about their manners and how they do things that Japanese people are really sensitive to. So they're going to always put you in that foreigner category, even if you look and speak exactly like them. There's just something about the your atmosphere and your nature that they pick up on very much. And so it's very difficult, and a lot of foreigners come here and try very hard to assimilate. A lot of guys will shave their head so that that you can't really see their hair color, or just try to, especially if they've already got dark hair and dark eyes, they just try to match the Japanese fashion sense and everything. And it's impossible to do, and still people try to do it. But my favorite thing is the foreigners that come here and dye their hair blonde, because the image of for Japanese people of a foreigner is a tall blonde person. So it's this weird stereotype. And so if you're a foreigner and you're not blonde, they don't, you're okay, well, you are a foreigner, but you're not my image of a foreigner. So it's funny to see like people from Eastern Europe or whatever, with that have black hair and blue eyes, and they'll dye their hair or bleach their hair blonde so that they fit the Japanese stereotype of foreigners, which is, yeah, it's so funny. But yeah, so that's an interesting thing. It was a hard decision because I basically just totally blew up my career coming to Japan, because as I've complained about before on stream, that there's not a lot of respect for visual arts. There's a lot of amazingly talented visual artists in Japan, but the business itself is very difficult, and you're not treated very well. You're underpaid and treated like you're just playing around and having fun. So it's to have a career in Japan as an illustrator or doing creative work, you're working 10 times as hard as somebody in another country would be. Yeah, those are scooters. Yeah. They have very noisy scooters in Japan. Yeah, so a lot of food delivery and everything is done on small scooters here. I forget what it's less than 100cc engines, whatever the smaller size engines are that don't require any additional licenses. So you hear those a lot, and some of the older ones are really noisy. But yeah, I'm trying to find some inspiration here. All right. Yeah. So if you've, because I don't think I have an animation set up for subscribing and things. I think I have it for not for Twitch, but for Streamlabs, which I guess I should open the control panel for that, because I have no idea what's going on my Streamlabs. I do have it set up. I just haven't done much. Okay. Oh, okay. There we go. All right. Okay, that works. All right, so yeah, sorry for keep distracting. I'm still not set up very well. At least I can look up instead of turning around almost backwards. All right. So career-wise, when I first moved to Japan, so around first started kind of part-time, trying to go back and forth, and that was too expensive and a little bit frustrating, because you're always like packing up one place to leave it for 6 months and go to another. That was just a weird way to live. But then when we came here more long-term, like around 2011, I tried to just maintain all my freelance and connections with companies that I worked with in Los Angeles. And so that meant if I want to be on conference calls and things, I'm up at 2 or 3 a.m. And that means I'm sleeping later in the day and not really being here, not really living here. And that was real frustrating for my wife. She didn't see, she thought very much I didn't want to be here because I was, kept trying to work for the U.S. But it's worked out a little bit better. I've found clients and things that I can work for in the U.S. that are more tolerant, that don't need to talk every day and have strategy meetings and stuff. So I'm not like having to be in constant contact. I mean, it's they're lesser paying. They're smaller clients, so less pay. But originally I tried to maintain all the work that I was doing in Los Angeles, and that was rough. And it's also hard maintaining those relationships without being able to do the face-to-face work. So I need to make more of an appearance at shows and things in LA if I want to do that. And yeah, just haven't done that. So that's, yeah, it's difficult. It's a difficult thing to maintain. And like I said, it's really frustrating to try to maintain freelance in Japan. I've done some stuff, but it's not as satisfying because the pay scale is totally different. So you're kind of, yeah, dedication or how you feel about the work is a lot. You don't take it as seriously, I guess, would be the best way to say. You know, you don't see the companies that you're dealing with as very professional since they're so underpaying you and all that good stuff. But yeah, so it's good to see people on stream. And yeah, still apologies for the crazy schedule, but yeah, to kind of get everything relocated in here. So let's see. Yeah, the sun is getting lower. Yeah, it's dark by about 5 here now, so that'll change the outside camera very much. All right. There we go. Yeah, so I'm trying to find something here. I should just, yeah, because I'm trying to do longer streams, so I shouldn't, yeah, try to put so much pressure on myself to come up with something fast. When I was only streaming for an hour, I really wanted to, like in the first half hour, have, you know, what I wanted to do or where I wanted to go with the cartoon, but I think it's fine the way it's working now. So oh, that's right, it's not a new layer. Yeah, so I'm just using, this is all just in Photoshop on layers. And it's always the way that I've colored this cartoon, so I just kind of stuck with it for drawing as well. I think there's other programs, especially if I want to imitate more natural media. There's better painting, digital painting programs than Photoshop. Let's see if I can get that angle. But yeah, this just seems to work the best, and it pretty reliably is working with my my setup. But you know, as they keep updating Photoshop, it just gets more and more bloated. So every time I'm more and more tempted to, you know, look at other options. And there's so much cheaper options as well. But anything that would be a little lighter and would load a little bit easier. Because I know a lot of illustrators now just avoid Adobe products. I don't know if it's because of some sort of bias or a lot of people that are kind of imitating more Japanese kind of CG artist styles are using more of the Japanese developed tools, because you get the effects, you get a lot of the effects, and they have a lot of pre-built things and brushes and things that you can get that more Japanese look. But nothing that I'm doing is very Japanese looking, so that works okay. All right. Yeah, so Valentine's Day is on Friday this week. Japan has a very funny relationship with Valentine's Day. I've talked about that in previous years. But Japan does kind of reverse Valentine's Day, because they tried originally, I think in the 40s, maybe the 50s, because it would have been post-war. In the 50s, Candy Company tried to bring the idea of kind of very American version of Valentine's Day to Japan, and did, little candies and things, and, set up the idea, well, you need to get your wife or girlfriend one of these little candy sets that we're making, because, to celebrate this wonderful, romantic foreign holiday. And it had really bad results. It didn't take off at all. And the funny thing is, because Japanese men are just real cheap, lazy shoppers for the most part, and back at that time, but they couldn't get anybody to buy their more premium, expensive chocolates and things, which was the whole point, because it was Morozov. Morozov is the Japanese candy company that tried to make this happen. So they just gave up on the idea, because it wasn't improving sales, and the men were just buying cheap and eventually probably convenience store candies for their wives and girlfriends, and so they gave up on that idea. But in the 60s, then they tried to bring it back. But when they brought it back this time, they reversed the tradition and said women need to give chocolate to the men in their lives. And Japanese women were much better shoppers and would, of course, buy more expensive chocolates. And they also kind of expanded the idea to more like outside, not just your partner or your lover or whatever, to expand it to any man that you had any kind of social or business relationship with. So your coworkers and everyone, just like how you have to buy souvenirs for everybody if you travel, everyone that you're going to interact with, you need to buy chocolate for on Valentine's Day. So that really worked, and it really improved sales. And so they were successful if they reversed it, because women did a lot better shopping, and they would buy much more expensive chocolates, and they would buy a lot of them. So once the tradition became good point. Yeah, yeah, King Dugan, thank you. Yeah, I'm live streaming on both YouTube and Twitch. Oh, cool. Yeah, so I am, yeah, I'm on Twitch as well, but because of the restreaming, that I'm doing, I may not be showing up in the same way as people that more regularly. But yeah, I'm on Twitch as well, as Abuse Cartoons. So you can find me there, and Twitch does. I like the quality of the archive streams is much better on Twitch than YouTube. But I'm using Restream.io and sending it to both places. But I guess if I don't use like Streamlabs OBS and stream to Twitch, maybe I'm not getting very good results. But yeah, thanks for I'll look into that, and I may. Maybe I should just have a couple of streams and alternate, so that I'm getting more of the pure presence on both platforms, because I don't think that the restream is actually giving me the functionality and everything. But yeah, thanks for bringing that up. I will pay attention. Yeah. So, but I'm on both YouTube and Twitch. And so I've got there's a few subscribers on YouTube, but much more, or on Twitch, on Twitch, but much more on YouTube. But, and that's that's the thing I'm most familiar with, because of the YouTube channel for the gaming podcast. So we do videos for Idle Red Hands on YouTube, and yeah, that's the thing I became the most familiar with. And I guess because I was only streaming weekly, I was doing an hour a week before, it just wasn't getting much of a response on Twitch, because I'm not on long enough to get discovered as easily, or to to build up lurkers, like you say. But yeah, I will try to make things more Twitch friendly, and try to spend more time on stream, and see if that helps that helps my presence on Twitch. But yeah, but so restreaming, I'm not sure is actually working well. It's just the way that I started doing things because I didn't know which platform to choose, so I chose both. So I guess it's like doing things half-assed on both platforms is not it's not the best solution. I should choose one way or the other. Yeah. And I think also when Twitch stopped letting you upload videos, because you used to be able to upload content onto Twitch, so I was thinking about doing produced, more produced and edited things. And since that's more YouTube style, I stuck with live streaming on YouTube. And I haven't quite tapped in, I think, to the creative streamer scene on Twitch. I think I'm not doing it right, or not as compatible. But I need to take a look at how a few people are doing, because a lot of people are doing physical media. They're painting and drawing on paper and things on Twitch. That's pretty inspirational, because I've been doing too much digital media. But I'll have to see how people are doing things. And I think I just need to have longer streams so people can actually find it. And also the time difference is a little difficult. Yeah, the time difference means I'm at an inconvenient time for everyone. That also happens with our gaming live streams. So for Idle Red Hands, when we do actual plays and live stream them, the time is never good timing. It's either too early in the morning or too late at night for people to really be looking for a gaming live stream. But this weekend we played the Fantasy Flight. Has their own RPG system with these like special custom dice that are all symbols. There's no numeric values on the dice. It's all symbols, but they're the same sort of 8-sided, 12-sided, 6-sided dice, and the Genesis system they call it. And we played the Android universe. What's it called? Something about the beanstalk. So the beanstalk is kind of this umbilical connecting the moon or a space station to the Earth in this world. But it's the world of Netrunner. If you played that Netrunner card game or have heard about that Netrunner card game, the Fantasy Flight version, they use their Android setting. Their Android setting is their cyberpunk setting, their original cyberpunk setting. But original Netrunner, when it was a collectible card game, that's a Richard Garfield, the Magic the Gathering guy. So he made the mechanics and the system for Netrunner. Fantasy Flight Games licensed it, but used their characters and their cyberpunk setting for the game itself, and then lost the license for making the Netrunner game, so they can no longer use the trademark phrase and I guess the system of Netrunner. So they just use their Android setting, but there's no card game any longer. But that was the way that the game group here kind of got together. It was all around when Netrunner first came out. A lot of people were interested in that, and so we had meetups and met, because there's a lot of card games in Japan, as you probably know, a ton of collectible card games, because that's where Yu-Gi-Oh! And Pokemon and all that stuff started as card games, and there's just a ton of them here. And so we started meeting at those card shops that have like tables and play spaces and stuff, and then just started meeting in other more private places, and developed a group, and we were all playing that same game. And the cool thing about that original game is it's an asymmetrical card game. So you are one person, one player. It's two players, 1v1, and one player is playing the corporation, and one player is playing the hacker. And so it's so the Netrunner, and so it's a kind of attack and defense, like one player's defense, one player's attack, and you have different abilities and different resources that you're spending to do different things. And yeah, it was really nice. It had a nice balance to it. And so a match, you would switch. So when you played someone, you'd switch back and forth. You'd have a corporation deck and a runner deck, and you'd play 2 rounds. One is the corp and one is the runner. So you both had a chance to do things, because as the meta kept changing and the cards kept changing, sometimes the corporation was very strong, sometimes the runners were very strong. So a full match would have to be 2 rounds. But yeah, it's not a bad completely abandoned, unsupported game. And there were some great illustrations. A lot of great illustrators worked on that game. So there's some really good art on those cards. So that art still exists, and Fantasy Flight still owns it. So they did an RPG setting for their Genesis system. And so we played that because we're familiar with that setting. And the system works pretty well. It's kind of halfway between Dungeons and Dragons and a more narrative game, because you're not getting any values. When you roll the dice, you're not getting, I rolled a 16 or anything. There's very little bookkeeping in it, and you're just kind of balancing symbols that cancel each other out. So there's positive and negative symbols on the dice, and they balance each other out. So that then gives you cues for, like, narratively how you would explain what's going on in the game. So there's successes and failures, but then there's also, I'm totally blanking on, it's like boons and banes. I think that's what it is in the fantasy setting. But it's like you can succeed, but you can succeed with extra success, extra boons or bonuses. Or you can fail with some negative consequences. And so narratively, that helps you tell the story a bit better than just saying, okay, 16, so what does that mean? Because it's either much higher or much lower than you needed to roll. But in this game, then there's a bunch of little kind of things that you can use to add detail to the action that you took. Because you can succeed very well, but then have negative consequences. So even though you were successful, something bad happens, or something is kind of then on deck or kind of loaded into the next action you're going to take. So this went well, but you've alerted security, or your gun jammed, or whatever's happening. So and it also those kind of games let you decide whether or not you want to play more socially or play very combat heavy, because you've got a lot more options with a more storytelling based game than just only combat. So yeah, some of the players in our group are a little combat averse, because when we're playing 5e, Dungeons and Dragons 5e, and also the Pathfinder, as soon as you get into combat, the session is just all combat. It's like, so the rest of your night is just going to be roll to hit, roll to, so that's for a lot of people that gets pretty boring pretty fast. And so with the Genesis more storytelling system, you can decide, each player can kind of decide how they want to interact with the system. It's not just draw your weapon and start firing in every situation, although we did that a lot. But it's good. It's a good setting. But they announced last month that Fantasy Flight laid off all of their RPG editors and workers. Their whole department is what I'm trying to say. Yeah, they got rid of their whole department, laid everybody off in the RPG section, so nobody knows what the future of any of these games is going to be. But yeah, that's a difficulty. Oh, hey, Noha. Hey, thanks. Popular categories. That's exactly what I need to know. Yes, I don't know what the popular categories are. Sorry, I'm now chatting on Twitch. Yeah, so I guess the categories that I'm on Twitch is the reason that I'm not getting a lot of lurkers either, is because people aren't finding me. All right. Yeah, and I really, I'm very thankful for people watching this stream and letting me know kind of what I'm doing wrong, because I'm not keeping up. I'm more focusing on doing the cartooning, and the live stream is, was more of an afterthought and just a way to kind of keep me on a schedule. And so I know I'm not doing it as well as I could be. So I appreciate the kind criticism, because I know that I'm there's things that I could be doing much better to make things more lively. Okay, anything here? I like the cake and the trowel, which is not a cake knife. Could be a cake knife. But I should, maybe I'll do this, do more garden tools. So let's do this. So we'll put the cake. Yeah, and actually being more relaxed with the stream, I think, is helping a lot better, because I was just trying to get in and out as much as possible, just get the work done, and just doing it on for the sake of just doing a live stream to do the cartoon work. I don't think is very positive, because I was not thinking so freely, and was more on more thinking, okay, well, I've done this for an hour, I should be doing something else, because that's the frustrating thing with the creative work. Yes. Let's see. Sorry. I'm totally fucking up. Yes, so King Dugan, I do draw for a living. So I do illustration, character design, just game work and things. I used to do a lot more comics and a lot of comics and animation when I lived in Los Angeles, but now I'm just doing a lot of like a random freelance thing. But this cartoon I'm drawing is a syndicated cartoon. So I make not a living, I make a partial living. Once I became syndicated with this cartoon, I became a thousandaire overnight. So it's not, you're not making a huge amount of money, but it gets out there. And because it's syndicated, that means that the syndicator themselves are promoting it and trying to get it in places. So I think I've been placed in, like digital comics for Yahoo and Google, and just kind of when bigger companies are doing, looking for content, I've gotten placed there, but no print. And print is, where the money is. So, I've remained only digital, and that's why I switched to drawing only digitally, because it didn't seem like I could break in. So I've self-published collections of my cartoons, and they've been available. They've been available on Go Comics, which is the Universal. Was it McNeely Universal syndicator that does a lot of stuff. It's the same syndicator as Calvin and Hobbes, and a lot of good stuff. The Boondocks, and a lot of like really Doonesbury, a lot of really good stuff. And so I'm not quite that category, but I've been there for a while. And so I've been syndicated since 2004, I think. So I've been drawing the comic since the cartoon since 2002. And got syndicated in 2004. So I basically drew it daily for myself for 2 years, and then got noticed and syndicated in 2004. And that was really, really great, because I was sending the cartoon out to different publishers in the early days of when I was drawing it, and just nobody. Goddamn! Sorry, I keep doing that. There's the street. I keep hitting shortcuts in my streaming software that give us a giant street cam. So maybe lock the street cam. How about that? Jesus. All right, sorry about that. Yeah, so my living right now is a combination of the doing the gaming podcast and live streams, and then doing illustration and cartoon work. This is my main kind of creative output. I do this cartoon twice a week for Go Comics, and so the archive since 2004 on Go Comics livestream.com/domestic abuse is there if you want to go back and read a bunch. But but the days of making a total living as a cartoonist, I think if you're a staff political cartoonist or still are in print, there's a couple of like younger cartoonists that are print cartoonists, like Dan Piero that draws Bizarro. I mean, young as in like 40s, I think. But it's syndicated print cartoons is I think a much older person's game, and there's not any more spaces. There's just no space, and papers are not expanding their comic sections. They're narrowing them down, and kind of the holy grail, or the top, the elite level of cartooning like this would be the New Yorker. So New Yorker is, because it's a weekly publication, there's people that I know that became New Yorker cartoonists, so that just like puts you in a whole other league, and I'm not quite there, but and I think my sensibility is, I mean, I was inspired originally, this cartoon was inspired originally by kind of New Yorker style cartoons, because I like the odd humor, single line, like a joke and an image, rather than a 3-panel or more narrative strip with characters. So I like that style a lot more, and I think it fit my ability, my limited ability to write and draw. So who was it? Will Eisner, I think, said, I'm not a great writer, I'm not a great cartoonist, but I'm a great comic book artist because I can write and cartoon, those two things together. So the two kind of mediocre things brought together actually create a good, a higher level. So that's kind of what I found with this, is I can't write longer, narrative fiction or anything as well as I can write shorter jokes and kind of punchier things. And trying to be funny, I think, works better the more economic you can be. And the drawing is being able to produce the drawing is in this style works for me the best, because if I did something more elaborate, I would labor over it and wouldn't be able to keep a schedule as much as anything. Oh no, the love child of Adam Savage and Jamie Hyneman. Oh, that's unfortunate. No one's ever told me that, but now I'm going to lose sleep over that comparison. Yes. But thanks. I appreciate you watching on the YouTube, King Dugan. I'm gonna go with. But I appreciate the view, and I like the questions too. They're a nice distraction from me fussing with pictures or drawings of cake. Yeah, I was never Adam Savage is the Mythbusters guy, right? Yeah, I was never a big Mythbusters fan. I think I kind of missed it. I think when it became popular, I wasn't in the US anymore, and it wasn't on stream. I think you probably see it on YouTube, but it wasn't on like any streaming service predominantly, so I kind of missed the whole Mythbusters. Well, I don't know what kind of dark stuff, so maybe a Mythbusters episode, how they created their bizarre half clone. The beard. Yeah, I guess the winter beard thing. It's usually a little bit short. Everything's a little bit shorter, but I need to get cleaned up for the warmer weather around here. That's a funny thing about Japan, is they're really culturally into spring being the time of change. So it's a time of renewal, rebirth, because that's what it is in nature, and they really respond to that idea and that imagery. So the new school year, the new work, when new staff comes to work at a company, all of that happens in the springtime. But the spring holiday is much shorter than the summer holiday. So you change your grade level in school, or the company. People don't change companies a lot, but when you get your new job, you very quickly are working at your new job. In Japan. So things change very quickly, and it's just because they use spring as their time of change, their time of renewal. And it makes sense, like in a more nature-based culture, it makes sense. But schedule-wise, it's very strange. I did a little bit of teaching after I gave up on trying to do 3 a.m. conference calls. I did teaching in the private schools here, and having the change of the school year just be a week and a half break, and then suddenly you're in a whole new school year is very odd. And I'm noticing that with my daughter as well. A lot of the holidays, March is a very busy kind of national holiday time in Japan, and so you start 7th grade or whatever year you're in, and immediately you have all these days off, and it's very weird. The momentum is not quite there, and I guess the symbolism is, and then of course the cherry blossoms. Draw a box. I've been drawing boxes. That's all I draw. Say, look at all these boxes. I think you're what if you're British bee? You're taking the piss out of me with the drawing a box thing, because that's all I ever do when I'm warming up. But yeah. So yeah, the spring, because of the whole cherry blossom thing, they really worship spring here. So that's an odd thing to change over. So summer isn't the time when you relocate to start a new job. The kids are not in school, so you can actually move into a new house and everything. That happens in spring here, and that's a much shorter holiday. And also, the weather isn't great, so that makes it a lot more difficult. I think I'll draw some weird uncake-like tools here. Let's see. Yeah, let me know how the sound levels are doing. So I think I have the my voice is okay, but the music, I'm not sure if it's too much or not enough in the background. But it was recommended to have something going on so when I'm not talking, it's not totally dead air. Which I think, which I agree with. I think that's a good idea. But I haven't done it before. I've just got something on loop. I've just got a CD on loop. And that handle is ridiculous. And I don't know how well this sound is mixed. I notice a lot of streamers have that kind of problem when they're like live streaming, like the Democratic debates or whatever. They'll have the sound too low. Like it's really hard to find a good balance if you're trying to talk over like a TV show or something, or a TV broadcast, that you find a good balance between the level that you need to be heard, but then people can still also hear what's going on. And there's not good tools for that on most of the streaming software. Let's see, how's it going? All right. Yeah, thanks for taking a look, British B. Am I assuming? I'm assuming you're from England, but I guess the time difference puts you at a strange time. Let me double check. Oh yeah, so I've got nice. Yeah. Oh, I don't think I've ever drawn a chandelier on the cartoon. It hasn't come up. All right, so some kind of cutting, or maybe just a rake. All right. Yeah, and so this drawing style is kind of based on how I originally drew this cartoon as just a Sharpie marker on paper. So I'm trying to stay, trying to maintain that look, but drawing digitally. I don't think that's gonna look like what I want. So yeah, kind of the thicker, some line variation, but thicker lines. So it's not trying to do any kind of brush look or anything, just a kind of a marker, a chunky marker drawing, and trying to be more minimal with the details. Oh, good. Nice. Well, thank you, Jane Doe. I appreciate the the sound is good. That's something that was hard to get used, and actually technically hard to get right when I was putting things together, because my first brilliant idea was using the microphone of the webcam, which mostly just picked up the air conditioning. So it wasn't until I got a mic kind of closer to my face that I could get decent sound, and you weren't hearing the sound of traffic or all of the room noise. And it's a smaller space too. There's another space I use in this building when we were doing the podcast, and it has really high ceilings, and we didn't have any acoustic absorption or anything, and it just sounded like we were in a cave. But I think I figured out this space a little bit better, and have some sound blocking, so it's not as noisy. But excellent. Well, sleep well. So I'm trying to come up with a contrast between, just things you would not use on a cake. So just trying to come up with some odd tools and things. And actually, I was trying to draw stone. But maybe a brick. Something brick-like. And actually, let's see. No, I think I'll actually just do the 3 holes. But yeah, so I never finished the Reverse Valentine's story. So in the 60s, the Morozov Candy Company tricked women into buying candy for men instead of the other way around, because they were much better shoppers, and they went for quality over low price. And they also turned it more into, instead of an only romantic gesture, anybody that you had a social or business relationship with that was a man, you should buy them candy. And then, so the more casual your relationship, no, it's not weird at all. So the more casual relationship you had, kind of the lower quality or the smaller the chocolate gift that you gave would be. So if it was a more expensive or a very high quality gift, you were kind of confessing your feelings or how you think of them. And so for high school aged kids especially, that became a way to kind of confess. That's a weird, I guess anybody that listens to anime will know. King Dugan, I'm using a Cintiq. So yeah, I'm drawing onto the monitor. That's why I'm looking my hand is here and I'm looking at what I'm drawing. So it's a monitor tablet combination. This is the touchscreen version, but I turn the touchscreen off when I'm drawing because sometimes it doesn't do the palm rejection completely perfectly. But it's amazing for playing EVE Online. No one has ever marketed it that way, but if you're familiar at all with the controls for EVE Online, a touchscreen monitor is amazing. But anyhow, yeah, so a mouse for kind of menu commands and stuff, but a pen for everything else. And I can, if I turn touch on, I can pinch and zoom and things, but sometimes I get some very unpredictable results, so it doesn't work very well. And it's an older Cintiq. It's the older 24-inch Cintiq, so it came with a very heavy metal stand. But I've since put it on an arm. So as you can notice, it's an arm on my table, so I can push it away and have my work, table space to do something else other than computer. So that works really well because mostly the early versions of Cintiqs, they wanted you to kind of install them like furniture. You put them in place, and they were heavy so that you could lay on them and they didn't move. But I really like the arm much better because you don't have to give up all your desk space, and you can change. I mean, I can literally stand up and draw, or I can kind of push it down to the table level and just lay on it. Especially when you're doing digital painting, it's nice to just kind of like put your nose right into it and be able to sit and do that. And so this is much more versatile than just having it on a metal stand that kind of just has an angle. But so then Valentine's Day in Japan. So it became a way, like if you watch anime that has high school or junior high school age kids, the big thing in Japan and romantic life in Japan is to confess your feelings to someone. So it became an easy way, and it worked well with the theme of the romantic holiday to give someone very expensive chocolate, and basically you're saying, you're confessing your feelings for them just by the quality of the chocolate that you're giving them. And so that became a very common thing. And so women buy chocolate for all the men in their lives and spend a lot of money, and so the candy company makes a lot of money, and men basically don't have to do anything. And then in March they have the reverse of that they call White Day. And originally White Day, you wouldn't buy chocolate, you would buy marshmallow things, marshmallow sweets, marshmallow gifts. And marshmallow is the cheapest, kind of lousiest. I'm sorry if there's any marshmallow fans out there, but it's a lower quality compared to chocolate, lower quality sweet. And so it was kind of odd that women spent so much money and bought a lot of very gorgeous and expensive chocolate for men, and then the reciprocity day, White Day, men could just buy marshmallow because they were kind of predicting men weren't going to spend a lot of money, so they tried to come up with a cute theme and a candy that could go well with that. And so I think it was accepted at first, but women are pretty much don't care, or are very intolerant of White Day, and it very quickly moved to white chocolate instead of marshmallow, because marshmallow is just too cheap. But since then, I mean, I think that existed through kind of the Showa period, but since then, so through like the 80s, like 89, I think was the end of that. So prior to that system worked well, but then in the more modern times, women basically buy chocolate on Valentine's Day for themselves and their friends. And the communication, or the symbol of giving someone that you secretly are in love with really expensive chocolate doesn't really exist anymore. I'm sure in TV dramas or things it happens, but it doesn't serve that same purpose any longer, so it's a little strange. It just kind of went away. But the chocolate popularity of chocolate, especially very expensive, very expensive or European style chocolates stayed very popular. So women just started buying for themselves and their female friends, and so Valentine's Day has just become an indulge in rich, expensive chocolates, and for women, and a lot of the chocolatiers, the shops in big cities or the kind of famous places will do little pop-up shops around that holiday. So you get long lines for people that want to buy very rare or fancy chocolates or special chocolates that are probably only made for this season. There's a lot of that. So people find their favorite chocolate shop, and it only comes once a year unless they travel to the city that it's in. So Valentine's Day is the time to stand in line for your favorite chocolate. But it's a shame. It's just all of the meaning and symbolism has kind of gone away, and it's just become more of a self-serving holiday, which is very funny. But it's hard to especially when they're kind of foreign adopted things. Some of the traditional more traditional Japanese things stay because of that pressure of tradition, and we can't let this die, or we can't let this change too much. This is our culture, this is our tradition. But when they're borrowed traditions and don't have a connection to culture in the same way, I think it's easier for people to kind of give up on them or try to change them, as much as possible. Because, the same thing kind of happened at Christmas here. Yes. Yeah, right. The adopted holidays are only really brought here for commercial reasons. So people don't really know what to do with Christmas and Halloween decorations here, but they do sell a lot of them. And it's because, foreign things are attractive and interesting. And as long as the religious content or anything that would be incompatible in Japan, as long as that's been taken out, then it works. It works well to sell things. But it's just a commercial venture. It doesn't, and that's why they can go away or change very easily, because they don't resonate with the culture in any way. Yeah, because Halloween here is very funny. It's getting more and more popular, but cosplay is a very serious pursuit here. I mean, there are professional cosplayers in Japan, and so making a costume is a very serious, expensive endeavor. And so the idea of a casual costume and just having fun with just something kind of thrown together, or kind of a joke costume, is slowly becoming understood here and slowly working into the holiday. So the funny thing is, now it's still zombie everything. So Halloween is just the zombie holiday. So you dress as a waitress zombie or Mario zombie. It's just like the cosplay is the zombie version of everything. But they don't really have zombies here. Zombies aren't the long-running kind of horror image in Japan, because everybody gets cremated. So unless it's zombie ashes, there's no zombies. But that's become the image more commonly, because I think that's how they see, because zombie pop culture is very much more popular in the West, and so they see that as matching their version of Halloween. And so that's very... Oh wow, clowns. Nice. Yeah, so where are you, Jane Doe? I mean, just in a very broad geographical way. I'm just curious what part of the world. If you're going to sleep, let me see if I can guess just by the time difference. Oh boy. I am guessing. Oh boy, I don't know. I wouldn't have a good guess, because I don't think. Yeah, it's morning. But clowns. clown costumes. Yeah, so but it's starting to become much bigger in Shibuya. They have the huge gathering for Halloween now where everyone meets. Oh, nice. Yeah, West Coast. Nice. Yeah, that's what I was going to guess. That seemed the time-wise the most I was going to guess California, but yeah, West Coast. But the... oh, right, clowns. Oh, yeah, that's right. There was that whole resurgence of scary clowns. And, of course, Joker movies and all those things. But so zombies become popular. So in Tokyo, they have big gatherings where people just kind of meet out in the street and kind of just shut things down and take photos. Oh, right. Yeah, the Northwest of the U.S. and Canada, so of North America, the Vancouver, Washington, Oregon area, for Japanese people, I think a lot of Japanese Americans settled there because it reminds them the climate is very similar, and a lot of the coastline and the trees and everything remind them a lot of Japan. So it felt familiar. It felt oddly familiar. So yeah, a lot of Japanese people have the connection, and Japanese Americans settled in those areas because they felt a connection to the look and the kind of the climate and the nature of that area was this kind of scale and feel that they were used to. Yeah, that's very interesting. Yeah, that this seasons must be very different, because I know there's a big in Washington D.C. there's a big gift of cherry trees, but they are always they bloom at a very different time from Japan. Just I think because of the climate too, because D.C. is more southern. But yeah, they're predicting very early cherry blossoms in Japan, especially the Tokyo area. So if you're planning to come to Japan to see some cherry blossoms, come a little early this year instead of the end of March, maybe a week or so earlier, if you want to see the peak, because I think they're gonna go away pretty soon, and that's just for the Tokyo area. But yeah, the timing, that's really difficult timing to try to get perfect peak cherry blossom season as a tourist here, because it's very unpredictable from year to year. It changes. But yeah, so the foreign holidays here. So I haven't seen, they try a little bit to do Easter because bunnies and colorful eggs, but the cultural imagery of spring in Japan, I think, is too strong. And it's, cherry blossoms are just, oh, wow. Yeah. Wow, yeah, I guess we've had a really mild winter. Yeah, full bloom cherry blossom. Cherry blossoms in full bloom don't even look like they should exist. And I think that's why Japan really adopted that and planted so many cherry trees, especially along rivers. Most of the riversides and a lot of parks in Japan are all cherry trees. And so in the springtime, it's surreal. It's snowing. It's basically like light pink snow everywhere, in the way that in the breezes in the springtime, the way that they swirl and flow around, it's just amazing. And so they do it on the riverside so that then the petals are covering the water and move along the water. So it's very beautiful. It's just the first time you see that in real life, it's too much, because it's just overwhelming. It doesn't look real because it's so I don't know, it's just the lightly falling flower petals are so strange that exists, that it just has this otherworldly, very delicate look to it that you don't see. Like I never felt that with like autumn leaves or anything in the US. But it's a really big part of the spring culture here. So that's why like no foreign spring holidays can really take hold, because the spring here is already so beautiful and already so much a part of the culture. But yeah, the first time in the Shinjuku Park, Shinjuku Park, which is a park that they make you pay a little fee, like $2 or whatever, to go into, so there's no homeless people there. But it's really really beautiful, and very manicured lawns and everything. But it's some of those, the trees and how they've arranged that park are just, it's just amazing. It looks like completely artificial, like not as if people could have done something so affecting and beautiful. Yeah, really, really nice. But that aesthetic is pretty strong. That human designed natural look in Japan is a thing that doesn't exist in the same ways in other cultures. Oh, I did it again. But boom. Yeah, so that's very striking, and just like, flower arranging culture and things in Japan, where it's this very odd balance between kind of human control or human patterns and balance, but there's also this, it's really heavily informed by nature as well, and it's a really interesting aesthetic that I think Japan worked very hard to perfect. And but it's really, really amazing. And it was probably something from China. A lot of the aesthetics of Japan are just refined kind of Chinese, very early Chinese aesthetics. But it's amazing here. That sort of thing. Oh, nice. Oh, nice. Yes. many tattoos. Yeah, many cherry blossom tattoos. Oh, nice. Cherry City. Yeah, I'll have to look that up. I didn't know that Oregon had so many cherry trees. That's beautiful. That must have been some Japanese American influence, because making things feel like home, or at least feel Japanese, I think is important, and something that's happened with Japanese immigrants. But that's really cool. Yeah, that's an aesthetic too. Yeah, I wonder the visual depiction of cherry blossoms is very standardized in Japan as well, like in Japanese tattooing, and that magical, the sakura fubuki, the swirl of the petals in the wind. That's very common imagery. So that's nice. Wow, these were much better the first time I drew them. Oh, nice. Salem, Oregon. Oh, yeah. I have been to Salem, Oregon. I didn't. Oh, yeah. I wonder what season that was. Yeah, I didn't see. Yeah. Yeah, I've definitely been to Salem, Oregon. Wow, that's funny. I have to. I'll look that up. Thank you for that recommendation. Yeah, I really loved the coast. The Pacific coast and the Oregon coast is so beautiful. So, amazing. And I definitely see the common, the rock formations, and the way the beach looks and the way the trees are, is very similar to Japan, but it still has that American scale. Yeah, so I like that very much. Nice. Hey, Vaughn. Thanks for dropping by. Nice. Yes, Portland. I've been to Portland as well, just not very often. Some of my favorite people in the world are from Portland. But that's really nice. Yeah, so the momiji, the tiny, what do we call it in English, miniature maple tree, Japanese, maybe just Japanese maple, but the very small bright red Japanese maple leaf, and then the cherry blossom are so like just part of kind of the visual culture of Japan. You see those motifs repeated, again and again. And those are definitely the two, and Portlandia, right? Right. So every resident of Portland has been on Portlandia, right? So you must have been in an episode of Portlandia as well, I'm sure. But yeah. So that's those are very, very identifiable images, and they'll repeat. And so definitely the best seasons in Japan are spring and fall, and so they have a lot of kind of cultural associations and a lot of food. There's a seasonal menus are very common here, and people really respond to that. Seasonal menus. So the very high-end restaurants, the forgetting the word, but the expensive kind of chef restaurants have a seasonal menu that corresponds to the types of foods and the also types of foods that are available, but also the things that people like to eat. So of course in the warmer seasons, colder foods, and then more nabe and heavier, hot pot things, and that in colder seasons. But but the two big seasons are definitely spring and fall because of just how beautiful they are. There's a big street food culture, I think, in all of Asia. There's a street food culture. So the matsuri, the festivals, the summer festivals, or different seasons festivals, they'll have stand food, which is very distinct, kind of very common, but nothing like, they don't have that truck culture that started where you would have like kind of gourmet foods out of trucks and things. But the stand foods and a lot of the types of foods came from original kind of street cart and stand foods, but they moved into smaller shops. So a lot of the areas maybe parks are probably the most common. Like the edge of parks will have a lot of different kinds of food carts and stand foods. And some people convert tiny trucks, like tiny vans, like smaller than a VW van type things, into food carts, kind of, or food trucks, but they're not that full size thing. And it's mostly like they'll do like soft serve ice cream and things for the summer seasons, but the street food culture is pretty strong here, but a lot of it has gone into little shops. So it's only during the organized festivals, because there's just not a lot of places where it works very well. But they, kind of give designated areas for stand foods and things. Yeah, you probably, if you've ever been around a Japanese temple or a park in any kind of the festival season, you've seen those kind of stands. They're just the little, maybe 2 meter by 3 meter little tents with a slanted roof, and the temporary structures, and they're always cooking any variety of things, from grilled squid on a stick kind of things, or some sweets and desserts and things. The baby castara, the kind of modification of the Portuguese little cakes and things, and cotton candy and candy apples and things sometimes, but more often the more Japanese base, and a lot of fried foods, a lot of that. Yeah. I probably will live so much longer not living in the U.S., because the U.S. has great. There's so many reasons of the U.S. with such great food that it's very, very easy to overindulge. But there's a lot of that kind of thing that I miss about the U.S. But there's a lot of great food culture here, but it's just not. It's not the same. It's not as experimental, and it's not as it's just different because I guess there's not as much international, influence and things, and kind of American thinking, and foods of other cultures kind of becoming Americanized, or they don't have that here in the same way. There's food trends, but it's just not. It doesn't feel as lively as what the U.S. does. All right, so this sure went. I thought I was onto something here, and then it just became a lot of extra drawing. All right. Yeah, the interesting thing about Japan and food is it's more like Europe in that you shop every day, like you grocery shop every day, and people don't really use. Yes, there's always anywhere in Japan. There's a McDonald's, and I do like squid. Squid is amazing. I've had some squid that is as good as any steak I've ever eaten. I've had some amazing squid in Japan, and I've had some unchewable squid as well. But McDonald's became it has a lot of Japanese competition, but it's pretty much the dominant fast food, just like it is everywhere. But it always has the there's always urban legend and bad rumors around McDonald's in Japan that it's not hamburger, it's rat meat. The hamburger is rat meat, and all those funny things just because it's a foreign kind of invading company. But it's pretty dominant, but they do a lot of Japanese style things. Always like teriyaki burgers and but a lot of different styles of things. It's a very different menu than in the U.S. and I think smaller. I think all of the burgers are a little bit smaller. It just feels like and expensive. It's really expensive. It's not as affordable. You are paying like $5 for a Big Mac compared to whatever it is in the U.S. currently. But but there's a lot of Japanese competition. So there's really good fast food in Japan that's it's fresh, and that's a thing that more European aesthetic of shopping every day and getting very fresh food. Oh, thanks for appreciating the street view. I'll lower that once it gets a little darker. I'll lower it so you can see kind of the people coming and going to the restaurants. Someone is getting hungry. That's so dangerous. Yeah, from my time in LA, I remember that very much. Being suddenly very hungry, and the evil thing is American television. Like they'll have Taco Bell and McDonald's commercials at 2 or 3 a.m. because they know what you're doing at that time, and they know that you're getting hungry, and so they advertise those crazy hours. And because a lot of the places are 24 hours, you can still buy that food. But the food culture here is very different, but really good. I mean, really amazing, and everything is so fresh. And I think compared to, I don't want to disparage other Asian countries, but compared to, I guess most of the rest of the world, the food is so safe here. Like food safety is so high that you don't get sick. Food poisoning. I mean, I remember just countless times, Mexican restaurants, Indian restaurants, like so many times you would just hit one of those bad nights or wrong dishes at a restaurant in the U.S. and just get knocked out by food poisoning, and I've never had that here. So it's a very different, because they eat, I think, a lot more dangerous food and a lot more raw food. The handling and the safety of food is so much higher that you can kind of experiment with confidence and not worry about, the danger of it. Just like, meat or eggs or anything in, oh, that's good. Yeah, organic. Meat or eggs or things in the U.S., because it's big, ugly commercial farming. For the most part, the food's more dirty and more dangerous because it's coming off of factory lines, and they put the pressure on the consumer to make sure you cook this very well, make sure you wash this very well, because what we're selling you is filthy, and you need to be very careful with how you prepare it. But it should have been, that how it was handled when it was, actually prepared like they would, or organically, like organic farming, to keep things much safer. Because as soon as you are doing things in a factory kind of commercial way, that's when you're introducing all kinds of contamination, and things can happen much easier on a much larger scale. But so that's the nice thing here is you can feel safer about experimenting. Yes, yeah, it really is. It really is. Yeah, I think you have to buy. Yeah, there's certain. I don't know. I don't cook Japanese, but I just eat Japanese. But it's very easy to cook it into an unchewable mess. Oh, excellent. Well, thank you. I appreciate the compliment. Nice. Well, I appreciate. Well, nice. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Yeah, I would love the support. Yes, gum. Yes. Yeah, I've just had to give up sometimes with chewing squid in in certain restaurants, and that's not a common thing. Like, I think Japanese people are very stubborn and they will chew and swallow just about anything. But yeah, I've had to just give up. I knew there was no way I was going to finish or ever be able to chew the squid into any kind of way to swallow it. But yeah, I've had also really tender, and I think there's certain ways to prepare it. But I've had really amazingly tender squid, and I've also had one of the most bizarre. It was a sushi restaurant, and the front window of the restaurant looked like a pet shop. It was all fish tanks, and it was all fish tanks, and so everything was on the menu. The menu was basically whatever was swimming around, and the way that they served the squid sashimi was they put a squid, and I mean this is, I think. Culture, this is for Western culture, this is a bit inhumane, but they put a live squid on the tray and then prepared another squid and then laid the pieces of sashimi over the live squid that is still kind of pulsing and looking at you and twitching and things. And so it's, just laying on the tray, suffocating as a decoration or oh, thanks, man. Hyphonics. Yeah, thank you very much. Yes, yeah, I got to check out. I got to check out your channel more. I've seen a few things, and yeah, good stuff. Really funny and good stuff. But so the squid was served on the live body of another squid, and then after you finish the sashimi off the top of the live squid, then they take it away and then they grill that squid. So they're going to kill it, but they first use it as a garnish on your tray. So very very bizarre. Yeah, that was it was just like, it would be like eating a steak off of a tray on the back of a live cow. Yeah, it's just totally it's funny, like reminding you exactly like what you're eating is looking up at you. That's it was very, very bizarre. But but there's a lot of I think in a lot of Asia, the live food thing it's just bizarre. But and also I've heard as well that you need sashimi, like good raw fish, does need to sit a little bit, because just like with beef and things, like aging actually improves the flavor. So when things sit around for a little while, it changes the flavor. And sometimes immediately, so if you have a fish that was just killed and served to you, it doesn't taste as good as if there's like, ways that they will just keep it. They'll cut it up and keep it, and then serve it at a later time in the meal, and that supposedly that actually tastes better than the freshly cut fish. And so I'm not an expert on it, but I've seen that and heard a lot of people talk about that, even though that's kind of a spectacle at restaurants. People like it. It's like, oh, this one, and then they cut it in front of you. The best way to serve it is actually after it's sat for a bit. Let's see, make some room here. Excellent. Oh, no way. Yeah, I've seen that as well. That's I think that does exist in Japan as well. I think it's got to be insanely expensive in Japan. But I don't know much about that tradition, but I know that it does actually exist here, and it was kind of exported to other cultures. Yeah. The sashimi here is amazing, and because well, I guess it's not that dissimilar to what you can get on the West Coast in the U.S., but the types of fish that they have in Asian Pacific is really good. I mean, there's some really light, sweet. Oh, hey, the music is Tripod Jimmy. The album is, I think it's one of their only releases. So yeah, this is a band. We used their live version of one of their songs for our gaming podcast. So I had this already in my on my machine, so I thought I would just play it as the background. But yeah, it's an expat. It's I think Australian expat who married a Japanese wife, and they had a band when they were, I think, first together. But hard to find now. But it was a friend. It was a friend of one of the guys I work on the podcast with, and I think they were neighbors or roommates. And so he gave them permission for us to use it as the theme. So Roadkill is the track that we use as the theme for Idle Red Hands. And so I just had it on here. But kind of 90s. I like the influence. There's a lot of the good stuff of the 90s, like Pixies and stuff, they seem to be influenced by. So I like their sound, and I love it. It works really well as a theme for our show. Ah, man. Nice. Oh, Guitar Wolf. Not that sounds familiar. Not that I know of. But there's a lot of things. If you're talking about something that was around in Japan, things come and go. Yeah, super fast. Yeah, it's crazy. All right. Yeah, and let me know if the level of the music is too quiet or too loud, or I can lose it at any time or put something on more mellow. If you're trying to sleep, maybe it's not the most it's not the most relaxing thing. All right, so what am I doing here? So let's get rid of this and this on the other one. Let's see. All right, so Oh yeah. Yeah, gorillas. Kenichi. Yeah, gorillas. I love me some Jamie Hewlett. He's one of my favorite comic book and illustrators. But yeah, that was so cool that he did that. It was nice to see his style. The art for the gorillas was nice because he definitely moved into using, a lot of digital tools really well, and they did some great animated stuff for those promotional videos and stuff. All right. Kenichi. All right. What's going on here? Very cool. All right. Yeah, I definitely don't think I have the Twitch thing going very well. And people have recommended that my categories are garbage on Twitch, so maybe that's why YouTube works better for my streaming. Yeah. Oh, very cool. All right. So I'm not getting anywhere on this one. Let's see. Let's just get rid of some of this. I think I draw more stuff than I actually ever use. All right. Okay. Yeah, I've got my stream all combined into one. So, who can ever tell who I'm talking to? All right. Have a good one. It was great. Yeah, great chatting with you too. And yeah, look me up again. It's very cool. Very cool to have it. I appreciate Hyphonics for sharing some audience. Yeah, that's really really good people. Really fun to chat with. So sleep well. All right. So I'm just going to push some boxes around while you fall asleep. Okay. Catch you later. All right. Yeah, let's see. Nice. All right. I don't know what. Maybe not the monitor. Yeah, I've done too many bad technology jokes, I think. I should collect all of those. Oof. Yeah, just like technology, when you make jokes, they go out of date just as fast. Alright, let's see what else I've got here. So, yeah, I've got to get something put together here so I can move on to the next part of the of the stream. Yeah. So I usually do on the stream. I'll usually do some something from the convenience store, and then also take a look at the reviews, the comments from last week on Go Comics, because yeah, Go Comics is very very kind, very sweet recently. But when I was first on that website, and it was before they did their subscription service, when I was first on that website and there was no like premium subscription or anything, people were brutal on that site. And so I take a look at the most recent reviews, and then kind of there's a random button and take a look at some old ones. Oh, thank you. I appreciate the compliment. Yeah, people were asking what's behind you in that window, and so I had an extra webcam I can point off the side. So yeah, and you'll actually see the sun going down. You'll probably only have about 20-30 minutes before it gets dark, and so you'll get to get to watch it go down, and you'll really know, I keep doing that. There you go, street view. So even when it's locked, it changes size. That's crazy. Yeah, I need to learn OBS a little better. There we go. They have that keyboard shortcut where the first letter, whatever the name of your source is, if you hit the first letter on the keyboard, it maximizes it. And so that's called Street View. And every time I hit S to save my Photoshop file, if I've got OBS, yep, it does that. Yeah, beautiful. But yeah, across the street is a out-of-business flower shop, a coffee shop, another out-of-business flower shop. Wait a minute. Yeah, and a car rental place. Yeah. So I'll point it down more street level when there's more people around, so you can see, yeah, bypasses on the street. There we go. Yeah, so there's I still don't have that worked out. So I use a lot of shortcuts, of course, with Photoshop. And when I'm streaming, I forget what I did before. Oh yeah, I used to skip down to scenes as well. So, but also scenes respond on a keyboard to the first letter of whatever scene. So I kept ending the stream pushing the wrong keyboard shortcut before, until I renamed everything so that I wouldn't be doing that. But yeah, I'm always saving files, so Control S is causing the street view to jump up. Yeah, and I'll try to get the camera more. You can see the kind of safety wire in the glass in the window, and I'll try to get the camera right against the glass, so it takes that out of focus, because it looks a little crazy. But if I have the lens right against the glass, you won't see that. You'll just see the lovely power lines. Yeah, because of all the earthquakes in Japan, they don't do underground power lines. So that's the one thing that is very specifically Japanese, is everything is above ground. So phone lines and power lines and everything are everywhere. It looks very, starting to look very dated, because we're seeing less and less of that. But yeah, still in Japan, there's power lines everywhere. All right. Yeah, so I definitely appreciate all the suggestions for the stream. That really gets things going. Kind of moves me in the right direction, because it's just things that I don't think about as a viewer. I'm just more focused on trying to make Photoshop work well every week. And there's a lot of things that I don't have enabled. All right. Okay, so let's get rid of some of this. Yeah, that doesn't look like it's sitting on the ground, does it? Maybe it needs a longer handle. It's just looking strange now. I don't know. Okay, maybe not that. Let's see. And this brick. Yeah, that should work. I'll just do a little mortar. Moida. Yeah, so. Okay, I think I've got this one. Where'd it go? All right, I want the brick. Don't want this brick. And this, where's the cake? Okay. Wow, yeah, there's a lot of usable stuff here. But not for what I'm doing. Yeah, I'll just save those for next time. All right. Oh, excuse me. All right. So yeah, I think this is good. Yeah, I didn't even think about that until somebody mentioned it last week about having the having music, because I was worried using YouTube that it would just mute my stream if I had anything licensed, and so I just tried to find something I knew I had that wasn't on the, that didn't have Content ID or anything, because I think the this disc is out of print because it's from the 90s, but it's out of print, so I thought it would be safe because we use it for the podcast, so we do have permission if I needed to produce that. But yeah, there we go. Okay, so bricks should not be so small. All right, so construction joke. Cake construction. Okay, I think that's gonna work. And yeah, I don't think I got anywhere quite yet with this. Okay. Well, don't need that. Yeah, I'm not sure what I am doing. I'm just gonna have to keep at it here. But it's good. I think this pace is much better. Yeah, than before. Oh, there's the crazy angle. Sorry about that, but yeah, I have the camera on top of the tablet now, and so I'm angling it to draw. So I'm gonna be at a weird. The Dutch angle webcam is gonna be in effect for a while until I figure out a different setup. Yeah, this is roadkill. So this is the theme for Idle Red Hands, and sometimes it's so wonderful to hear this song because it means that I can when I'm putting this on the video or the podcast, it means I'm done editing. That is brutal. Sometimes it's hours and hours to get, because we want to produce the podcast well. So you take out a lot of ums and ers and uhs and breaths and pauses and things to make it sound as clean as possible. So it tends to take a lot of time. But the weekly podcast is only 30 minutes, and so I've really gotten good at kind of editing 30 minutes in just over an hour, which is much better than when I'm doing video or whatever. It's probably like an hour for 10 minutes. Yeah, it takes forever. So if we do a 2-hour, if we do something long, like a real long review or something, it'll take me days to get through it. So yeah, that's the bad part, because you can put stuff out in any kind of condition, but I think when people hear something that doesn't annoy them, or there's not a lot of weird mouth noises or ums or then it's very very pleasant to listen to. Although still the early stuff, until we got our sound thing worked out, our early stuff still has a lot of room noise and stuff. But that's because we were recording in a very inadequate space. I think I'm gonna have to just start again with some of this. Don't see anything. All right. Yeah, what's going on? I might have to take a break for some coffee. I'm running out. Oh, that's something I should just have on the table. I should make a pot of coffee and just put it on the table. That would be brilliant. Yeah, that would be much better. Ah, nice. All right. Sorry, I'm just making sure everything's still up and running. Great. Okay, well, I'm liking this. Let's see if there's anything. Trying to find something with a really stupid shape to put in this box. It's just getting weird. Okay. Oh, hey. Oh, welcome to the stream. Are you Russian, I'm guessing? Just from the Cyrillic letters in your name. But hey, thanks for watching. I appreciate it. I hope you can understand me. I can't read your comments, but I hope they're kind. Let's see. Kazakh. Oh, I'm sorry. Nice. Very nice. Well, thank you for joining me. I appreciate some viewers from Kazakhstan, right? Yeah. So if you're Kazakh, very cool. So what time is it for you in Kazakhstan? I guess pretty close to this time, right? Because you're in Asia, in Eurasia, so not too far above, so maybe not such a huge time difference. All right. Excellent. So what am I doing? This needs to, yeah, like that. All right. Oh, nice. So just a few hours time difference. Yeah, that's nice. Yeah, it's still completely it still completely blows my mind that so I'm in Japan now, and that the Japanese time and the Australian time is pretty close. So we're almost in the same time zone. Very little time difference with Australia, but this total opposite season. That's amazing. That always is so confusing, and it's so funny when there's Australian tourists in Japan, because they're getting away from the cold weather, or they're getting away from the hot weather, and you never realized. But there was a lot when I was in Los Angeles. Like Palm Springs had a lot of Scandinavian tourists and things like, or a lot of people that would rent houses in Palm Springs, because it's really, really hot in the summer. It's unbearable because it's the high desert. But in the winter, it's pretty reasonable. And so wintertime, people are escaping the Scandinavian winter and coming to a pretty reasonable desert temperature. Winter in the desert is much more reasonable. All right. Oh, so I'm just drawing different objects. I'm trying to come up with an idea for my cartoon. I do a weekly kind of single panel gag cartoon, so it's a picture and a joke underneath it, and it's all inanimate objects just having little drama with each other, so kind of standing in for people. So I'm just drawing just familiar objects, just boxes and containers and things you'd find on a table or a counter or something, just trying to come up with some characters and a combination. So like, for instance, this other idea, so this is what the cartoon looks like. I haven't colored it yet, but it's usually just the kind of more recognizable familiar objects, and just a little story or a little gag based on. So this is my cartoon domestic abuse that I draw for Go Comics. And so the idea just started with, I drew a little styrofoam cup with a face on it, and found that was interesting enough of a character that I just built a whole cartoon series around it. So it's just a joke and a little collection of items, and they all have a little face on them. But I've been doing this for a while, since 2002. This has been it was a daily cartoon for a while, and now it's just twice a week because of my schedule with everything else. But to kind of keep myself in a regular schedule, I started doing the live stream so that I could pick a day and just keep myself drawing same time every day, or same time every week, and do the cartoons for that week. So that became a regular thing, and I finally learned my lesson, and it only took me about an hour to do the cartoons every week, but I started to realize I should just take my time and make it make the stream actually give it a little more content and make it a little more interesting. So so I appreciate you stopping by. Yeah, so this cartoon, originally I drew it with marker on paper and just colored it, scanned it, and then colored it in Photoshop, but about 5 years ago I got a digital tablet, and now I just draw directly into Photoshop and do the cartoon, the lettering, the coloring, everything just directly into Photoshop. So it's all digital now. So I moved away from the analog version of it, and I regret that in some ways, because I don't have any original art now. I can make a version, I can kind of recreate a drawing, one of these drawings on paper, or I could print out the line work and then hand color it. Ah, nice. Russian language translated to. Ah, nice. Oh, interesting. Yeah. Wow. I wonder when they switched, and was it maybe it was related to, like, did that happen post-Soviet era, or was it much older when Kazakhstan stopped using the Russian alphabet, the Cyrillic alphabet? Oh, that's really cool. Yeah, I was just watching. I talked about this a couple of weeks ago, but I was just watching the Stalker, the Tarkovsky movie, and it was showing a lot of just the, basically the location scouted, a lot of kind of Eastern Bloc, just abandoned manufacturing, and so factories and like chemical manufacturing and storehouses and stuff, and they found just amazing buildings to shoot in that were just full of really hazardous and dangerous stuff. And so they said that that's why the director didn't live all that long, is because probably during that shoot they came into contact with some very dangerous chemicals, but it made some of the most beautiful filmmaking. But that's very cool. Nice. Yeah, thank you for joining me on the stream. So what do you do in Kazakhstan? Are you a student, or what are you up to? Let's see. So trying to come up with something here. I don't know how much this looked like a radio, but now it does. Yeah, so I usually try to draw just familiar objects from memory, but things are changing so much I don't have familiar things around me anymore. Everything is Japanese style, so it really changes my my memory of things. But that's part of the fun as well, is being wrong about, you know, how something looks. Let's see. There we go. Yeah, so just drawing some random things to kind of come up with some inspiration. Let's see here. Make this window a little smaller. Okay. Nice. All right. Actually, this, I think. So I used to really, when I was just drawing in marker on paper, I really embraced the ugliness or the wonkiness of some of the line work. But now, because I can, you know, fix it digitally, I shouldn't. But I edit things that I don't like how they look. I still I keep the perspective and everything kind of weird, so it has the same basic look as it always has. But yeah, I think I fixed too many lines now. I don't know what's going on here. Yeah, I don't know. I think I'm going to have to get some more coffee here in a minute. Let's see. All right. Yeah. So do some machine part. Yeah, I'm kind of getting away from the feel of everything. Yeah, if I do anything too mechanical, it's not going to be very recognizable. Let's see. I have no idea what's going on here. I think these boxes will work as something. Just keep drawing. Yeah, I cleared off this file, so some other layers here. Lots of boxes. Hmm. Or like that. There we go. Now I'm just looking up. All right. All right. Okay, so I will be right back. I'll leave the music on, and I'll be right back. I'm going to make some more coffee. So, quick coffee making break. Actually, yeah, let me turn the street cam on too. Okay, be right back. All right. Sorry about that. Just a quick pause. You can see it's getting a little darker outside, so maybe it will be time to angle the camera down for that little sidewalk view. All right. So thanks for joining. I hope it's somewhat interesting watching me come up with this idea. I should put in the info, but we're listening to Tripod Jimmy, a band of expats in Japan. It's going to be hard to... let's see here. Huh. Yeah, that's not what I was thinking. Yeah, I'm not coming up with anything for this. Maybe this way? I'm changing the line width too much. Yeah. I don't know. I don't know what I'm doing here. Let's see. Is that my odd little radio? Yeah, maybe the weird little radio and some batteries might make a better look here. Let's see. What? How did I manage to put that on the same layer? Oops. All right. This is, yeah, that one. There we go. That one's a little short, isn't it? I finally got used to that new feature in Photoshop, which is probably years old now, but where you can actually grab the pixels in a layer and it'll switch the focus to that layer. Previous to that, I was spending most of my time just naming all my layers. That was a waste of time. All right. So, all right, there we go. I think that works better than anything else that I've had going on there. Yeah, sorry, sometimes I just get stuck. There we go. Crazy looking radio and some old batteries. All right, yeah, I think that's what I say. My line width is a little bit different, but that happens a bit. Okay, so let me fade this out. And let's switch over to the comments. Oh wait, this is a very clumsy way to do this. I gotta figure out a better way to switch windows, but I couldn't find this window in the focus. So I'm gonna drag this over and then switch over. There we go. So this is where you can find the archive for domestic abuse. And this is the little segment I do with the comments. Oh, this is the music that I'm not playing anymore. Let's put this in the background. Okay, there we go. So this is the gocomics.com/domestic abuse. This is the website that has all the archives. So if you want to look through all of the old stuff, it's all here. But we're going to take a look at the comments for last week and then some random ones, just in case we find anything incredibly painful, because that used to happen a lot. All right. So here was last week's, if you remember. The meatless burger was nothing more than a plant-based imposter. And thank you, Sefero, for the imposter that set me off on finishing that cartoon. So right, 10 pins and 2 comments. So let's see who's commenting. Exactly. Nice. I'll go as far as poultry bacon, but that's it. Nice. Yeah, so people are afraid of these impossible burgers because they're not quite possible. All right, and then, so that was February 6th, and February 4th is this guy with a little shout out to Hyphonics on the cup. During the stream, people were saying, put it on the cup, put it on the cup. So that's a little shout out to a YouTube streamer that, got me some attention and sent me some wonderful people to watch the stream. Their common enemies were thirst and evaporation. Oh, this one, yeah, that's right, no comments. 6 likes and a pin, but that one went out late, so maybe on the. And then, oh, that's right, and we saw this one from before. Okay, so that is the week before. Let's try some random. All right, so 2006. Yeah, so you can see the line quality is different. This is on paper, and I'm not. I guess in Photoshop I could, but I didn't do much adjusting. So how the ice cream container looks a little wonky. So mint chocolate chip, dismissed popsicles as nothing more than juice and sticks. Oh, I love that one. Juice and sticks. 2017. He saw the best minds of his generation often stuck to the bottom of boots. It's a bubblegum joke. All right. 2016. Once dropped, everything felt like garbage and undeserving of being picked up. Is that money in the spilled juice? You're right. That can be laundered. All right. Beautiful. Oh, I'll just do random again. One more random. So 2010, they began to wonder if they were still even on the menu. So they hadn't been ordered for lunch. Okay. So this is not quite as bad, but yeah, this is some of the I don't get it responses. Oh wait. Let's see if somebody says anything. Cheese. You need to hang around with apple pie instead. Unless this is cheesecake, then it becomes one cherry cheesecake. Nice. So yeah, some people really do despise when they don't get these jokes, and sometimes there's just nothing to get. It's just I'm referring to something that isn't going to click. Oh, that's funny. I heard just recently someone define a comedy genius as someone that can understand any joke, and even before you finish telling it, or right away after you hear the joke, you understand it, and that makes you a comedy genius. Yeah, it's really weird. The comedy is not like a logic puzzle or a riddle or something. It's just, yeah, just trying to catch you off guard, give you that automatic, that uncontrolled, unconscious response of laughter. And that's happy and fun, and it's not saying anything about who you are or anything. His journey from alcoholic beverage to empty can and finally to ashtray was not a story that inspired. It's all in his paps. Is this a paid endorsement? Yeah, I did actually, I think, reference. I did actually look at the cans to draw those instead of this drives recyclers nuts. Oh, right, yeah. Cigarette butts in your cans there. Yes. Yeah, so I looked at the cans to draw those, and I guess when they're too accurate, that's the people's response is, what are you promoting these brands? Yeah, that's funny. All right. Well, that is that is some of the past comments, and often the those comments were the frustrated, not enjoying the cartoon people. Okay, so let's switch back and do some color, and I'll whoa, that's right, the clumsy transition, boom, and I'll put the music back on. Oh, that would happen here. And let me know if that's too loud, not loud enough, or annoying, or anything. I don't want to, scare people off the stream if they're not into having the background music. But yeah, let me do some color on these. All right. And maybe a lighter yellow. There we go. I've got to find something in between there. Maybe a little blue will help. Yeah, there we go. And a speaker color, maybe a warmer gray. Yeah, something like that. Okay, I think that's everything. Now I can kind of mask that and go back in and color it. There we go. So this is just kind of the fabric, that fabric facing on the front. And actually it's often like a metal mesh. I think fabric is a little dated, but there we go, like a metal mesh. Yeah, I like that warm gray. There we go. I think I'm going to put this gray here. There we go. Yeah, like that. Yeah, I think that works. Maybe get the angle of this more exact. Cool. For these guys, I want to do the kind of Duracell. Do like a lighter gray. Maybe not that light. At the top. There we go. Yeah, I think that balances out okay. Okay, so I want a kind of red for the station. Maybe a little darker than that. Yeah, and maybe from the top. Nah, from the bottom. There we go. Want it to be a little more even than that. All right, and then I'll just put a little bit of shading on these just to give them some three-dimensional look, and also to make them look like they're actually like in the space somewhere, not just kind of floating around. There we go. Nice. Okay. So I'm just trying to put some shape on these flat colors to make it look a little bit more three-dimensional. And that's why the shapes and usually the drawing is simple, because I can make up a lot of the look of things just with a little shading, give it a little more three-dimensional look than the actual drawing has. Or just kind of make different decisions about texture and things. That should probably be white. Yeah, this too. Yeah, so there should probably be white lines in that to make it shinier. Okay. Oops. Easier to do that than change my fill. There we go. Alright, then I'll do some white just to make things look a little more metallic. There we go. That's a little too contrasty. All right. There. A little more plastic. Okay, and then I want to make sure these look like they're kind of sitting somewhere. Whoa. Sitting somewhere on the ground. There we go. Oh, maybe put a little signature for the whatever kind of radio this is. The old style, there would be some some brand name there. The lower one I don't need. Or maybe just change the color. There. All right, and then the last thing that kind of makes the cartoon what it is the little... Oh, I've been drawing huge this whole time. There we go. There we go. All right, and so that's how that goes. So we've got a radio and some big old batteries. Oh, I should put a shadow behind that little indicator. Yeah, there we go. There we go. All right, a radio and some batteries. And, there we go. A brick. Yeah, that works. Some mortar. Oh, so what do I want to do with this? Just a metal color? Yeah, maybe like a red handle. Yeah, I think that would work. Or more yellow. Yeah, yeah. And then some frosting in the middle. Like a rubberized handle on here. There we go. Yeah. I think that'll work. So now we'll just put some shadowing on there. Yeah, so maybe some frosting needs to go on the trowel there. Yeah, that works. Yeah, you don't see the highlight so well on this, but I'll cut it in there and give it the spongy look. All right, so should put some, maybe some frosting, yeah, here. To get that idea, what? To get that idea across. There we go. So maybe the only thing I'm missing is some little texture. The brick. Yeah, I think that works. All right. Whoa. That was an old version of everything that I've been doing. Actually, the top, yeah, looks like it needs something. There we go. All right, there's our cake. Oh, all right. Oh boy. Oh, so it's getting dark outside. Let me adjust adjust the camera here. I think I'll go with the little wider. Here, just hold on a sec. All right. So now in the street cam, you can see the happy couples walking by. So that light that you see on the left side of the camera is a ramen shop. So there are maybe some happy customers leaving. But yeah, the menu is just like right off screen there. Oh yeah, you can see this is right off screen there. So you'll be able to see people looking at the menu. There's a big lit menu right there. That's where that light's coming from. All right, so, well, oh boy, let's switch on over. So I should pause the music again. All right, so let's switch over to the little convenience store segment. And it's funny because I was talking with Jane Doe about this very thing. So a little bit of squid on a stick. All right, sorry, I'm making a lot of noise here. You can hear what I'm digging for. All right, so There's the camera. Yeah, sorry, I'm at a weird angle still. So this way. This is the. Now I'm trying not to do this. I'm trying to make this a habit because I don't want this to start being the food challenge gross out segment of the live stream, because I don't think I can handle that. I do not have a strong constitution for this kind of stuff, but this is pretty common stuff. And if you've ever been on an airplane or maybe in a small bar or something in Japan and something smells terrible, it may be something like this. Somebody may have opened a bag of this or been served something like this. So we have squid snacks. So here is your delicious dried squid. And your smoked squid. All right. So these are the two kind of most common styles of squid snacks, and they're kind of chewy. And let's see if there's any other information. Nothing. Yeah, they're good to if you want to give your teeth a good workout. And the only problem is they reek pretty bad. So this is just the store brand. I didn't bother going with any particular shop, but here's what you get if you. I don't have. Oh my god, this reeks. It's like low tide. Oh, brutal. Okay, so that's what you get in the dried squid. So it looks like, yeah, woo, it's beautiful. But as you can see, it's a stringy piece of dried. So this is basically like squid jerky. I think it's cooked because you can tell the color of it looks like a cooked, or at least they basted it or something. It's got a little coloration like cooked. It doesn't have that raw color. So the raw color is more like that whitish part. So, so here's dried squid. Very fibrous and very chewy. But the smell is horrible. The smell is like a dirty aquarium, but the flavor is good. It's not fishy. A little salty, like a little seasoned. But yeah, it's pretty stank. It's a pretty bad smell. But the flavor of the dried squid is nice. The squid itself isn't super fishy. In its flavoring, it's pretty light. And so this just has a I think they grill it. It tastes grilled. So they must grill the squid and then dry it and slice it up. Whoa. Yeah, I'm going to have to get something that seals back to put these away, because these bags... That's insane, though. They make these snacks and they're not resealable. So one thing you need to do is get these away from the air, because at any bar, anything you go into... Oh, this does not have a pre-perforated thing. Oh, there it does. And here is the smoked version. So this doesn't look... Yeah, this isn't on a little tray either. Oh, yeah, this is a much softer. So the dried version is pretty hard and stringy, like kind of fibery. This is more like string cheese. It's got some more focus. Yeah, you can see it's not grilled. It doesn't have that grilled coloring. So this is just smoked dried squid. So no grilled. The grilled flavor is nice on the other one. This one isn't as chewy, and smells. It's very smoky. It's like a smoked cheese, or like a smoked bar. It almost smells like a barbecue sauce, like a smoky barbecue sauce, like liquid smoke. This is much easier to eat, though, much less chewy. It's got a little more moisture in it, and actually, the smokiness. It's very cheesy. It smells like bad cheese. The smokiness kills a lot of the fishy smell. So the dried squid is really, really fishy. The smell is really beachside nightmare smell. The container smells terrible. But individually, you just smell the smokiness. So this is much more tolerable. Oh, the packaging is so gross. But yeah, the dried squid, if you don't want to make everybody around you unhappy, I wouldn't recommend opening a bag of dried squid. So the smoked one isn't bad flavor-wise. It's much more flavor than the grilled dried version. But and all of it is not. If you've ever had squid sashimi or anything, and you get that kind of bubblegum version where you can't ever finish chewing it, this is not like that at all. This is almost just like the consistency of a fibery kind of cheese stick, like string cheese, like fibery string cheese. It's very soft and very easy to chew. I'm not fishy. Yeah, very little fishy flavoring. More cheesy than anything else. That smokiness makes you think it's more like a cheese. All right. So I hope you're ready. This is what we've been waiting for, and I can't believe that they don't have these at. I can't believe they have these at convenience stores. So this is kind of a simulation of what you can get at the stands at most festivals. Ba-ba-ba-bum. Can you see his little face? Oh, look at this little cute little character on there. That's how I'm going to look after I eat this, isn't it? So here is a here is a dried ika, or just a ika on a stick. So so we will see. Flavor-wise, yeah, I'm not sure. So that's just the company. So flavor-wise, I'm not sure, but I'm sure it's adorable. And, wow, surprisingly low in calories. All right, so here we go. The horrific part of Asia. So, yeah, this is, oh, actually, it's not even a big one either. This is a little, where's his little face? Where's the little face? There he is. So just a pretty small dried squid on a stick. And this is not going to be a I'm not going to make this a habit. This isn't going to be I'm not going to up the ante on this after this point. I just saw this and thought, yeah, this would be fun. So typically you see grilled squid. So pretty soft, the grilled squid, but also much bigger usually than this. So this is just a small dried squid on a stick with his little arms hanging off there. So, how does it compare? It's fishier. Oh, yeah. It's in some sort of the sauce. It's not ume. But some sort of... Oh, yeah. It doesn't... I don't see the kanji for ume. But it has kind of a Japanese plum flavor. That's right. The color is very bright, purplish red. It's kind of fishy, though. But, yeah, it's got an ume kind of flavor to it. Maybe that is... It's not very printed very clearly, but, yeah, it's got some sort of flavoring to it. It's pretty soft. It's not as hard as a dried squid. It smells pretty terrible, but it's very sour, like very fruit sour. So it tastes like it's been soaked in like plum juice or pickled. Oh, maybe pickled. Yeah, it tastes like it's been pickled the same way that like umeboshi or something has been pickled. But they took out anything that's going to be too disgusting, because I've had some baby squid that they cook it and the eyes, whatever that is, the not cartilage, whatever your eyes are made out of, the thing that their eyes are made out of, when it's cooked, they turn into these hard little marbles, and they're supposed to, in better places, kind of take those off, but if you buy them at the grocery store, they're not removed, so you'll hit these chewy little, what is that called? It's just like biting into a fingernail, like a little round ball of fingernail-like material. It's really miserable. But this has all of that removed, so it's much easier to eat. And it's very sour. I think it's pickled. Like a... It won't come off the stick. There we go. Okay. Squid on a stick. And this is probably the more tender part up here. Yes, I'm not going to do any more gross out. I'm not going to do any more gross out snacks. I'll stick to more more conventional, more delicious, and more exportable Japanese snacks. But yeah, that's very pickled flavor. So pickled squid on a stick and dried and smoked squid. Yeah, so as you can see, so it's in the kind of bar snacks section. There's a lot of little crackers and spicy rice things and everything. And right next to that is all of the horrible squid. Yeah, you don't want to smell this. You are very lucky there's no smell component to my live stream. Because it's very fishy. I'm definitely have to get rid of this. I can't leave this overnight sitting here. But yeah, I grew up in the Midwest in the U.S. and no access to seafood. I think I had like frozen fish sticks and sometimes some baked fish, which was the worst way to possibly cook fish. But very rarely. And so coming to Japan, it was a whole new amount of seafood to try. But apart from the textures, like there's some really difficult textures, but the flavors are all really amazing. And you can get past some of the texture stuff. And this was the trick. Here's a mental trick for you. When you're eating really strange sashimi or something, that the texture of it is just kind of freaking you out because you're thinking about what this actually is, the stomach or the head or whatever that you're actually eating. If you think about it related to the texture of vegetables, so if you're eating raw vegetables, there's a lot of strange textures of vegetables, but those don't freak you out because you're not thinking about this is the plant's brain stem or, eye socket or, fingers or whatever. You don't relate it in plants that same way. So if you think about the strange texture of a lot of seafood, as it's basically this is a plant. You're not thinking about eating a living thing. It's more like a plant. Those textures don't bother you as much, and you can enjoy the flavor of what you're eating, because most of the flavors of the different Japanese seafood is just amazing. But yeah, the smell, the grocery stores are pretty, I think all over Asia, the smell of seafood is pretty prevalent, so it takes some getting used to. But once you have some amazing seafood dishes, it's pretty incredible. Yeah, so that is an obviously pickled squid on a stick. So very, very standard. You'll see those big flat grills with a bunch of squids on sticks, and also different amounts, like just a tentacle or just a fin. So you can get just a small piece. But mostly the body. So, if you've had calamari, you've had the rings, right? So the ring of calamari is the hollowed out body of the squid. So this part of the squid, not flattened out and sliced, and it's a different type, a larger type of squid, makes those rings that are calamari. But but the flavors of all of this is good. It's just that the dried one, oof, that reeks. That smells bad. So I wouldn't advise it. So anyhow, I'll get rid of my giant face and my squid eating. But so that was for Jane Doe and all of our talk of squid. So no delicious raw squid, just chewy dried squid. But it's a common bar snack, so kind of brace yourself. You might run into that at some time if you go into a little bar around here. All right. So we're back. Oh, look at all the people on the street. Work is over. Yeah, people finish. Look, there's people deciding what ramen they will eat. Why is that? Oh, she's taking a photo. He or she, I can't tell. Is taking a photo of the shop. We can watch people do weird, illegal things. We get some tourists around here, too. I mean, the tourists are pretty much up because of the coronavirus. There's not a lot of tourism. We get some tourists in this area. Some just curious people. All right. Well, I'm all squidded out. All right. So let's do some writing here. And let's see. How are we doing on time? Whoa. This is almost 4 hours. I almost actually did it. I actually am coming up with some... with some actual Twitch-like stream lengths. Nice. All right. Oh, sorry. Just kind of making sure everything's still working. So I wonder if they eat a lot of seafood in Kazakhstan. So you have some coast right now. Is Kazakhstan landlocked? I'm trying. My knowledge of geography is limited. I'm curious though, because I know because I've been to Russia, and I know that a cold fish dish is really common in meals, and maybe that's where gefilte fish came from. But yeah, but I'm curious, like all over Asia, how common seafood is. Because Asia's so big, you can get really far away from the ocean. So that's why, like in America, a lot of people in the Midwest, you have like catfish or something, maybe, but you don't have access to the ocean, so there's not a lot. If you're not on a coast, you're eating frozen fish. All right, let's see here. Cool. Okay. Sorry, Photoshop is not paying attention. There we go. Okay, so this idea was, so I like the skill set joke. So the trowel, I don't even know how to spell trowel. Maybe. Trowel realized that cake making, this is all too long, and wall repair. Cake making and not realizing. Oh, sure. Yeah. No, shipping's cool. Yeah, I can definitely send Hyphonics a selection of challenging Japanese snacks if he's up for it. That would be awesome. Yeah. No, that would be very cool. So message me or email me at abusecartoons on Gmail, and let me know if you want to do something like that. That would be funny. That would be a donation would be cool, because I'd help cover the shipping. The shipping from Japan's not too bad. It's coming to here that's pretty brutal. But I would definitely put together a box of the most revolting stuff. That would be fun. I would definitely love to watch that stream. But let me know. Get in touch on abusecartoons at Gmail, and I will and we'll do some back and forth and figure that out. Yeah, that would be a great stream, because there's some bizarre stuff that is just very regular. The bar snacks here go way beyond pretzels and nuts. They get pretty crazy. So yeah, very, very fun. Yeah, get in touch, and let's do that. That would be a fun thing to surprise him with for a stream. Yeah, I definitely. I know there's some There's some people that are really good at that. And who's the UK YouTuber that eats the expired food? Like he'll eat like old K rations and stuff. Yeah, I couldn't possibly do that. Yeah, I've seen a little bit. I've seen some just parts of Hyphonic streams. Very funny. He does some funny stuff. But yeah, I got to catch up. I got to be more familiar because I'm getting a lot of people from his stream watching mine, and I want to I got to take a look and see what he's up to. Oh, cool. P.O. Box. Oh, sweet. Very cool. Nice. Yeah. So, send me something, or even a PayPal. I should put that. Yeah, I should put my PayPal link. Yeah, even a PayPal thing, and I'll put together a box, because the snacks themselves, like each of those little packages, were less than $1. I mean, the stuff is really cheap here, so I can put together a big selection of mysterious mysterious things, and maybe I'll write some. $10 would get the box there, yeah, if you're cool with that. And yeah, I'll cover the price of the snacks, and probably $10 shipping should get a little box of stuff to Florida, no problem. But yeah, that's very cool. That's a good idea. Yeah, I got to stay away from that. I just do not have the constitution to handle the heavy eating stuff on stream. But yeah, that would be very cool. Yeah, here, let me check real quick. What my link is. I'll just put this here. Sorry, just a sec. I know it's exciting when I'm loading things on a web page on stream. There we go. Yeah, where's my link? I think it's just... Sorry. Bum, bum, bum. Yeah, sorry. I know I have a... There we go. There it is. Okay, yeah, it's just my name. Sorry, it's just PayPal me. I should have known that. Oh no, actually, shipping's pretty fast. I don't know to Florida, California though. I can get stuff there in less than a week. It's pretty fast. Cool. Yeah, here. Let me. Here is my PayPal link. Yeah, just yeah, $10 will do it. I'll put together a box and send it to. Let me copy the PO box out right now so I don't miss that. But yeah, that'll be fun. I appreciate everybody he sent my way to the stream. So that would be a funny thank you for for doing that. All right. Yeah, great idea. Very cool. All right. So I got to get these written. Oh, there we go. Yeah, I can't believe I didn't have my PayPal link memorized. Yeah, shipping should be pretty fast because I can, when I send stuff to family in the States from Japan, it gets there pretty fast. To the U.S., it's pretty slow. So if I can get it, yeah, if it goes pretty directly to a big postal hub in Florida, he should get it pretty quick. Yeah, I just got to be careful. I got to double check. There's some food that they don't let through the mail. I'll have to double check. But I think if it's all dried snacks, it should be fine. But like nothing beef. I don't think I can send anything like beef jerky or anything because they still have weird rules about that. Since Mad Cow decades ago, there's been some. They haven't changed some of those rules. So I'll be careful about what what won't make it through the mail, so he can get everything. But and it's always with Japanese snacks, it's always the thing that's the most harmless that is the most disgusting. Yeah, there's like weird tofu stuff and like that has like a consistency that you're not expecting. So it's very nauseating, but actually completely harmless. Whereas a lot of the really nasty fish stuff is actually pretty edible. All right. What's going on? Yeah, the pressure sensitivity is all messed up. Nice. All right, so the idea is maybe make this smaller. So, yeah, maybe. So maybe contemplating, he contemplated combining his two loves of cake making, I think it's a one word, and wall repair. Maybe contemplated. He wished there was a way. Wow, nice typing. To combine. This is too wordy. It's shorter the better, the more economic the better. Yeah, maybe a surprising overlap. Something like that. A surprising overlap. Yeah, there's gotta be something in there. The key to his happiness, he would not. What am I doing here? Let's see. Wow, the nighttime sidewalk outside the building is much less interesting than I thought it was going to be. Huh. All right. Okay, let's see. I've got most of my idea there. Let's switch to the other side. Okay. So batteries. So dead batteries, or I was thinking maybe one battery short. They were one short of... Actually, that color is wrong, isn't it? It's too yellow. See, this is when I procrastinate here. Yeah, this should be a little more orange. There, like that. Yeah, that color. There we go. All right. Yeah, so the idea is not enough batteries or whatever. Let's see. Oh, nice. Oh, sweet. Sure. Yeah, I'll take a look. Let me see. Oh yeah, cool. It came through. Very sweet. Yeah, I'll get on that. That's a great idea. Maybe I'll record the shopping session as well. That would be fun. Yeah, it came through, dude. I got it. Oh, I appreciate it. Yeah. So I'll put together a little box and send it to his PO box. So yeah, whenever he checks that, if he checks it pretty often, then he'll have it. I'll try not to make it so big. Maybe like a padded envelope will work better, so it'll get through customs and everything faster. Yeah, very fun. Very good idea. I can't believe my suffering on the live stream inspired that. Yeah, and I'll definitely watch that. It'll be fun to see. So I'll do some shopping. Yeah. Thank you. No, that's great. It's fun to come up with some collaboration ideas, and it's fun that he found me and have some access to terrible things at convenience stores. So yeah, I appreciate the send it to PayPal. That was very easy, and I'll get on that this week. So excellent. Yeah, that'll be that'll be really fun. Oh, that would be very cool. Yeah. If the timing works out, that would be very sweet. Nice. Yeah, I'll have to find some fun stuff, and hopefully something that actually is delicious as well. But yeah, there's some really crazy looking stuff that will be fun to guess at what it could be. Nice. Yeah. Great idea. Let's do that. All right. So they were one battery short of something very stupid sounding. I'm trying to even think. Radio is so dead. It's not. I can't even think of what would be something. A stupid dance party. Let's see. Oh, yeah, so maybe I should do one of those classic hits. Yeah, what's one of those old cheesy radio things? The hits of today. Classic rock, the hits of today, and Weather on the Fives. Yeah, something like that. They were short of. Oh, okay, the best mix. That's always that shitty. The best mix of. Maybe I should just write it out. Weather on the Fives. There we go. Maybe traffic. I think it's actually traffic. The weather doesn't change that much. Traffic on the Fives. They were one battery short of the best mix of classic rock, today's hits, and Traffic on the Fives. There we go. Old radio joke. There's not going to be anybody under 40 that's going to even get that joke. Beach Party. Beach Party is better. Yeah. Beach Party would be good. I got to stick with my cheesy radio joke, though. Even though no one's going to understand, a beach party would be funnier and more. It would have more mass appeal. They were one battery short of the best mix of classic rock, today's hits, and Traffic on the Fives. Yeah. Thank you, Mighty Quinn. I like that recommendation. All right. I didn't see it soon enough. Okay. So this is trying to combine his love of wall repair and cake making. His unfortunate skill set. So he was good at both. He was good at both. All right. What was that? I don't know if you could hear that on the mic, but they were singing or something when they were walking by. Let's see here. So I'm just trying to contrast two completely opposite things. His curse was to be... Yeah, his curse was having a talent in both cake making and wall repair. He was cursed with the dual talent, the combined loves, the what? Surprising overlap between the let's see. His dual loves, his some way to combine, some way to well, there is. If there was only some way to combine. If there was only some way to combine his two loves of cake making and wall repair. Yeah, so let me check if cake making is a one word or two. Did you mean? Oh, yeah. What? Merriam-Webster is not helping. Yeah. Cake maker is one word. Cake making word search. Well, is cakery a word? Maybe in the Urban Dictionary. Cakery. That's so funny. Oh yeah, so a cake shop is going to be called a cakery. That's nice. Probably to be safe. 2 words. I hate when you look up stuff. It usually says it. Both are correct. That's so useless. Because there's enough difference in American and British English that every spelling, every variation of something is correct. Okay, let's see if it wants to correct that. It doesn't. Yeah, it's 2 words. Okay. Just in case you wanted to know that, cake making is 2 words. Nice. Oh, Cake Mansion. Oh, I like that. Yeah, that's... I like Cake Mansion a lot. Yeah, this is a very... Cake Mansion. All right. So it's spring, so the new Mitsuya cider is out, so they always... So here is our spring mix. So Mitsuya cider is kind of like one of the older drinks. Cider is just like a weird clear... It's supposed to be... I forget what the original flavor is supposed to be, but cider, if you say cider to a Japanese person, they mention Masonite. Very good. Why am I writing this? I should just crowdsource these jokes. They're much better. Yeah, the Mitsuya cider. So cider for people is like a sweet kids drink here, as opposed to cider like in a pub. But yeah, so they do different flavors. So Mitsuya, this company, does different seasonal flavors. Like I said, the seasonal love of things in Japan. So things change. Oh, wow, that's ume, the Japanese kind of sour plum. Oh, that's good. Okay, but his 2 loves of cake making and wall repair. I like Mason mention Masonite. This is so long, but I like the ending. I like the clumsy ending. Only a way to combine. Let's see. Yeah, I think I'm going to go with that because that's the usual. There was only some way to combine his 2. Yeah, that's not a question. I got to make sure because I promised myself I'm not writing any questions. That was like one of the rules when I started doing this cartoon, because it was so easy to just write stupid questions for these cartoons, and that doesn't work as well. If there was only, that's more like a plea. You're pleading. If there was only some way to combine his 2. And that's actually not a sentence because it doesn't have a subject. But whatever. I love writing weird phrases because the grammar Nazis always complain in the comments. If there was only some way to combine his 2 loves of cake making and wall repair. All right, that's long and stupid, but I think I'll go with that. And seasonal flavors, yes. Yeah, seasonal flavors. So many fruit types of fruit and flavors are associated with different seasons in Japan, and sometimes it has to do with when they were harvested, but now they're grown in different parts of the country where they can be grown year round. But so ume and also the cherry blossoms are a very springtime flavor, or associated with the spring flavors. Seasonal salt and pepper, as in seasonings. Yes, seasonings. And Japan has a lot of seasonings too. Are there seasonal seasonings? Yes, there are. There are, in fact, seasonal seasonings as well. They love different types of salt. All right. They were one battery short of the best mix of classic rock, today's hits, and Traffic on the Fives. All right. Yeah, these are long, wordy jokes, but I think they'll work with what I was doing. All right. So the long, slow process. Oh, it's like watching paint dry and Little rat babies being born. Yikes. All right. So that is seasonal seasons across the 7 seas. Oh, nice. Wow. Well, thank you very much, everyone, for hanging on the stream. This was a fun one. And it wasn't beyond my capacity to follow. There's been a few of the earlier streams. I think that was during like a raid where comments were coming in so fast and messages so fast that I missed a lot of what people were saying. But this was fun. There were some really great people on stream tonight. And it was very fun to watch. Oh, sorry. And I shut down the music and never turned it back on. That's what I do. I forget things. All right. So those are the 2 cartoons for this week. Cake and wall repair. So if there was only some way to combine his 2 loves of cake making and wall repair, and they were 1 battery short of the best mix of classic rock today's hits and Traffic on the Fives. All right. So that will do it. So those go up. Those go up on gocomics.com/domestic abuse, and you can also get notifications. I'm not posting the cartoons on Twitter, but you can get notifications of the live stream and anything that's kind of going on with the cartoon, like if a new book or something is coming out. You follow on Twitter at abusecartoons. abusecartoons.com is the website, and I should put some. Yeah, I should have better links to this live stream on the website as well. So the live stream is both on Twitch and YouTube. It doesn't seem to be as easy to find on Twitch, but it's twitch.tv/abusecartoons, and then just Abuse Cartoons on YouTube if you want to check out the archive. And so this stream is archived both on Twitch and YouTube. There's a couple of years of both. Thank you for the seasonal seasoning jokes. Very good. Live long and prosper. I can't believe that hasn't been changed. New Star Trek is definitely going to change that, aren't they? They're going to have to find a way that that's not inclusive enough. Anyhow, so thanks very much for joining me. And if you'd like to support this cartoon, please consider visiting the Patreon and becoming a patron. That'll help me do more live streaming, do more cartoons. I really want to get this back to a daily cartoon someday, and it's just not possible now. But with your help, that could very well happen. So yeah, please consider supporting the cartoon at patreon.com. And there's original art, signed books, all kinds of good stuff that you can have access to as a patron. And I should probably do something more connected to the stream for Patreon too. Let me think about that. Or maybe like a Discord, like a stream patron Discord. Let me think about that and try to come up with something. But thanks so much for joining me, and I'll be back again next week, hopefully a little bit earlier. I apologize for the delay and the setup this time on this week. But yes, thanks a lot, and I will see you again next week. Goodbye.